welcome. Yay. We got a good, strong crowd so far. I love it. Welcome, guys, and everybody online joining us. Welcome to Mind Valley's Social Media Summit. We are here live in Dubai at the Museum of the Future, and it is truly incredible. And this is day 2. So for those of you that are just joining us, welcome. We've had over 150,000 people online coming to watch this as well. So we send you guys love from Dubai. We're happy that you're here sharing your time with us. And day 2 is all about virality. Are you guys excited for this? Are you ready to have your message out in the... Okay. Are we ready for that? Yeah. I'm pretty excited over here. You know, day 1 was all about really finding your voice. How can you figure out what your message is? How can you share why your soul came here with the world? And I love something that Vishen said. He mentioned that what we see a lot is the microphone in the wrong hands. And then that's the message that gets out into the world. And what we love, and so many of you came and talked to us afterwards and said, this is my message and this is what I want to share. And I want to encourage you to do that because your voice is so important. Building relationships, sharing your light is so important, and your gifts. And of course, tomorrow will be about monetizing. And that's fun too, but it's so important for us that you really understand you matter, your voice matters, and it's important to get it into the world. In order to do that, you've got to be visible. And Vishen talked a lot about those wounds that we have, the beliefs that we have that can stop us. And Brendan Kane, who's going to be our first speaker today, he was here yesterday telling us about those mind steps, that mindset that lies to us, that says it's impossible or it's too hard. And really, it's just about knowing what to do. It's knowing the format. It's understanding how this game works so you can play it at the highest level. And I was talking to Brendan backstage, and he said, you know, Kate, you only see like 1% of what's out there. 99% of all the content that gets created, it never gets seen. And what we want to make sure is that that is not what's happening to you. And so for those of you that maybe missed Brendan yesterday, I just want to tell you really quickly, he's an absolute pioneer in this space. In 2007, he led the first influencer campaign at YouTube, right? Like this is what he started with, is leading the space and really generating a path for all of us here today. He's done 60 billion views, 100 million followers across channels. And just to prove that what he says is working, he decided to run an experiment. And in 30 days, he amassed 1 million followers over 100 countries. Can you imagine how your life would change if you just went and did what he said for the next 30 days? Everything could change in your life. And that's what this is all about, is giving you the tools and the information that you can go viral. So everybody, welcome today. And please help me welcome the first speaker, Brendan Kane. Yay! You're the best, Brendan!
Well, thank you, Caitlin, for that lovely introduction. I love her introducing me because she has 10 times more energy than I will ever have in my entire life. So it's good that she kind of warms up everybody because I don't know that I can get there. So yeah, thank you guys so much. It's a true pleasure to connect with you. And I want to start with a staggering statistic. There's over 1 billion pieces of content that are uploaded to social media every day. 1 billion. So 99.9% of content fails to break through. So who are those lucky people that make it? It's not because they have some magic Harry Potter wand, the Willy Wonka golden ticket, some lottery ticket or a magic key to the algorithm. It's because they have a system. They have a system for success. And that's what we're going to be focusing on today. So just to add on to the introduction from Caitlin, my name is Brendan Kane. If you guys are new to me, it's a true pleasure to connect with all of you. I've spent the past 20 years, my entire career, just focused on one single thing. And that's to understand who, what, and why goes viral. Why some creators, some businesses, some messages flourish and get millions and millions of views and attention versus other brilliant businesses struggle to just get a few thousand views. So I've done this to the point where I founded a company called Hook Point, where we've actually spent 15,000 hours breaking down content so that we could create a strategic system and blueprint for all of you to succeed. So some of you may know me. I've published 3 books on the subject matter, 1 million followers, Hook Point, How to Stand Out in a 3-Second World, and The Guide to Going Viral. And the reason I bring them up is they all have the exact same dedication. It's the mission that I have, the reason I'm here today, the mission that we have at Hook Point. And that is, I believe there's people all over the world that have the ability to transform it in a positive way with their message, their product, or service. And they just need that helping hand. They need the right guide. They need the right system and blueprint. I'm so passionate about this that I actually just give away my books for free. Like when people follow me on social media, I just give them away for free because I want to help you guys succeed. So over the course of my career, I've had the pleasure of working with people like Taylor Swift, Rihanna, to IKEA, going from rock stars to furniture. This system can work for anybody. It can work from people starting from scratch, starting from zero. So today, my commitment to you is to share as much data as possible. We're going to have as much fun as possible to help you succeed. So I want to start at probably the strangest place possible. I eat at this place called Chipotle every day. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but literally the minute I step into a Chipotle, the same one, they start making my meal. Even if there's other people in front of me, because I go there every day. And I bring that up because just because I go there every day, I would have no idea how to make the burrito that I get. Because I don't know the right temperatures, the right spices. I don't know how to cut the food. I'm a hopeless cook. Social media is the same way. Is that we are endlessly consuming content. We're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, but that doesn't mean we have the right ingredients. It doesn't mean that we understand how and why content works. So today, we're going to have a little bit of fun. I'm going to take our Hook Point viral content model, a 5-step system, and I'm going to teach it to you in the form of a recipe. So by the end of this, you are going to have a 5-step system, a recipe to have consistent success on social media. And when I throw out the word viral, I'm not just talking about vanity metrics, views, or anything like that. To me, viral is capturing attention that drives business results. This is not about changing who you are, doing a silly TikTok dance video. This is about driving your goals and business objectives. So let's start with step number 1, which is going from consumer to creator. So what does that mean? Well, as we're scrolling, we're going to make a mindset shift here today. Instead of just consuming content, we're going to start viewing content as an expert content creator. So what does that mean? So if we think about a chef, what does a chef do? Well, they study flavors, techniques, and recipes before they even step into the kitchen. And that's what I'm going to teach you today with social media. I'm going to teach you how to understand the recipe behind successful content, breaking down what and why things work, but just as importantly, when things don't work, why. So if we think about cooking, the recipe provides the structure, while the flavors, the textures, and techniques is what brings it to life. In storytelling, there's this thing called formats. So storytelling formats are the foundation to your success. And how well you execute that format determines how successful you will be. So you may be asking, Brendan, well, what is a format? Well, it's a great question. It's a well-researched, repeatable structure that you can insert your message or brand into. So if you think about like a recipe, just think about the thing that you make all the time. Even if it's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I still consider that a recipe. If you keep doing it over and over and over again, you get more successful at it. You have this proven blueprint. The same thing applies with social media and formats. So in terms of a format, I want to start here to kind of like start shaping what a format is, and I'm going to show you several examples today. So it's called the Hook Point Format Finder. It's how we actually find a format. So one of the keys that I want to point out here is our mission here is not to find one viral video. It's to identify repeatable success. So as we're starting to make this shift into a creator mindset as we're consuming content, and we see a viral video, we want to go to that creator's profile and see, have they been able to repeat that success at least 5 or 10 times. If they haven't, then that is not a format. We want to see, is there a clear structure behind their story that's driving success? And we want to see, does the storytelling follow a repeatable pattern? When we go to that profile, are they using that structure over and over and over again? So I want to kind of do a fun little exercise with you guys to show you this in action. And I'm going to start with one of my favorite pieces of content to watch is cute dog videos. Who doesn't love cute dog videos? And one of the reasons I start here is it's one of the easiest places possible to start. But the funny thing is, everybody looks at a viral cute dog video and they're like, oh, it went viral because it had a dog in it. That's not the case, because not everyone has a format. So what we're going to do is we've got 9 pieces of content here. So if you're in the Explorer feed, this is what the Explorer feed would look like. And I'm going to look for, which one has a repeatable format. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with this one. This one has 5.1 million likes. So let's watch this video together, and then I'm going to ask you guys, do you think this is a format?
To give you a quick update, Kai is a big humper. He's overstimulated, literally humping everyone. And a lot of...
Okay, this one gets me every time. So for those zooming in, type a yes in the chat if you think this is a repeatable format. For you guys here, raise your hand if you think, yes, this is a format. Okay, then put your hands down. No. Come on, you guys. You got to participate. You have to choose. You have to choose. Okay, so if I was looking and determining, is this a format, we watch this video, 5.1 million likes, a lot. So we click on the creator's profile. So we check out. Well, that video had 25 million views. That's a lot of views. But we don't stop there. So we're going to look at some others. So this one has 18,000 views. This one has 4,500. This has 2,000. So as cute as that video was, it's just a one-off. It's not a format. So let's try again. Let's go back to the same 9 videos. And this time, I'm going to choose this one. So this has less likes, 1.2 million, but that's still a lot. So let's watch this video again, and we're going to do the same exercise. I'm going to ask you if you think this is a format. Pretty hungry. Okay, so I think we get the point. It's a dog eating a meal. For those of you zooming in, type yes in the chat if you think. For those of you, raise your hand. Yes? Okay, put your hands down. Anybody said no? I think one person. 2. Okay, so let's check. So again, we click on the creator's profile. Look at this. 99 million views, 54 million views, 28 million views, 39 million views, 18 million views, 2.6 million followers. But you see the repeatable structure, the repeatable format here? So the real lesson that I want you to take away from this is not every viral video is a format. Some creators, some accounts, some businesses go viral once and never repeat that success. Now, I know most of you guys aren't here to create cute dog videos. This methodology, this process can work for anything, any niche, any industry. It doesn't matter how small it is. The big takeaway here is format equals success versus a trend is very fleeting. So we want to really dive into the formats. So one of the big things that I see people struggle with formats is this concept of looking at your specific niche. So let's just say that you're a financial analyst, you are a yoga instructor, you're constantly just looking for accounts or references in your specific industry. But the reality is most innovation, especially around formats, you'll find outside your industry. So as we look at formats today, and the big takeaway I want you to have is you can find a real estate using a format, and you can use it as a meditation teacher. You can use you can find a nutritionist using a format, and you can use it as a lawyer. So just know the format is just the structure. And the more that you can be creative and open your mind, the more likely you're going to have success. So what are the actual strategies that we can take away from this? Well, we want to shift our mindset from consuming to analyzing. We don't want to just watch the content. We want to understand the ingredients. not every viral video is a format. And a format, this is a great analogy to think about, is the human skeleton is pretty similar in each human. So the skeleton is the same, but the soul within the skeleton is what makes it unique. And formats are the same. So moving on to step number 2 is select and analyze your format. So one of the big misconceptions that I hear all the time is, Brendan, this concept of a format sounds great, but I want to be authentic. I want to be original. I think that this is going to restrict my authenticity. Well, I started my career in the movie industry. So I worked on over 18 movies, helped generate $1 billion in box office revenue. And one of the amazing things about movies is every movie over the past 100 years follows the same exact format, the 3-act structure. So if we take an amazing storyteller like Steven Spielberg, we've got Jurassic Park, we've got E.T., Lincoln, Jaws, Indiana Jones, Saving Private Ryan, all distinct, unique, authentic stories, yet they all follow the same structure, the same format. So the same thing applies to social media. A format gives you the structure, and then you can deliver your message within it. You don't want to reinvent the wheel. You want to master the nuances of the format like a Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg spent his entire career mastering a single format. And that is the power of leveraging storytelling on social media. So that's what we want to do here. So choosing the right format for you. At our company, HookPoint, we take this very seriously. We do a really deep process. So we've spent 15,000 hours analyzing over 300 of these formats. And when we analyze a format, and I'm going to show you how we do that in a few minutes, we spend like 15 to 20 hours breaking it down. Now, the reason we do so much research is I firmly believe that you have to find the right format that fits you. It has to feel authentic to you, because if it doesn't, it's going to show up on screen, and people's subconscious are going to be triggered, and they're going to move on to the next piece of content. So here are 2 key questions that you can at least start the process of finding the right format. Number 1, what resources do I have? The amazing thing about social media is there's formats at every resource level. You can literally create content on your iPhone. Like some of our most successful clients that generate millions and millions of views a month are just using their iPhone. You do not need to extend beyond the resources that you have. You don't need a big team. You don't need a fancy camera. You don't need a big budget. The next one that's super important, what excites me? You have to enjoy the process. You have to find a format that you wake up in the morning and be like, I am going to enjoy this. I am going to like creating this tomorrow, 2 weeks from now, 6 weeks from now, 6 months from now. Because I can tell you that will come off on screen. A lot of the decisions we're making as we're consuming content are happening on the subconscious level. So that authenticity comes through with that level of enjoyment. So as I promised, I'm going to show you some examples of proven formats. So we've got the professional advice format, absurd success stories, and walking listicles. So remember, as we watch these formats, these aren't meant to be recommendations, these are examples. And as you watch these formats, you can think about, well, how would my content fit into that format, even if they may be talking about something that has no relevance to what you do. So let's watch the first one with professional advice.
So your manager asks you to do something and you want to say no. What do? I need you to prepare the agenda for the team offsite by this afternoon. Now, instead of saying, I have absolutely no time for that, try saying, of course. Could you help me prioritize my project list? Then take them through everything on your plate and ask, which of these would you like me to deprioritize to fit in the new task? When my clients have done this, their boss has said, oh, you're at capacity, don't worry, I'll get someone else to do it. Or they've reduced the load to make it work. It's respectful and highly effective.
So this video got 5.2 million views. She's actually speaking here at the conference, amazing content creator. So this is the professional advice format. So let's move on to the next one. A friend of mine, Cody Sanchez, using the absurd success stories format.
This is crazy. I came across a TikToker who made a garlic butter video, and the video went viral. So viral that he turned it into a series. How many views did he get? 1 billion on like 90 videos. So next he started an organic butter company, and he sold 100,000 blocks in 10 weeks. I'm calling this the all things butter strategy. See what goes viral, repeat that virality, turn it into a product, share the journey, sell a company.
3.9 million views on this video. She's amassed an audience of 6.6 million followers. Now let's watch the last one with Robert Krook and Walking Listicles.
Do you want to be the first millionaire in your family? Here are my 3 best tips to help you achieve it. Number 1, start investing early and often. And don't listen to the fake gurus that tell you need 20 to 50 grand to get started. That's just find a way to save $50 to $100 a week starting out and let compounding do the rest. And number 2, you have to change your mindset. When you get money, rather than thinking about what can I buy, think about how can I invest it. And number 3, swap out 3 time sucks, you know what they are, and use that time to learn 2 new skill sets. If you do this for 3 to 6 months, you can easily add 2 more income streams and you'll be on your way. All right, so we have the plan. Let's go.
So 27 million views with this video. He's amassed an audience of 1.8 million followers. So this next part is critically important. 99% of people will fail in executing formats if they skip this next step. You have to understand why it works. You look at Robert Krook with Walking Listicles, and they're like, I could do that. I'm just going to walk around the block and talk into my camera, and I'm going to get 27 million views. Go and try it. Go and do it after it and see what happens. It's not going to work. So you have to understand why it works, and I've got you covered on this. So at HookPoint, we have developed a proprietary process. It's called gold, silver, and bronze, and I'm going to teach this to you right now. So basically what we'll do is we just watch Robert Krook and Walking Listicles. So if we want to understand what truly drives success in that format, well, what we do is we create a spreadsheet and we take 20 of his high performers, the ones that they're generating millions and millions of views. But then we put in that spreadsheet the average performers, the ones that haven't really broken through but haven't bombed. And then just as important, maybe even the most important, we look at the low performers, the bronze, and we put 20 of those in there. And basically what we do is we have our researchers that sit there for 15 to 20 hours and cross-analyze the high performers versus the low performers, trying to understand what's the difference between it generating millions and millions of views versus tens of thousands of views. What's causing it not to break through? So let's actually do this together so you can see it in action. So we're going to watch another format by a great creator called Julian de Medeiros, and he uses Here's How You Know format. So basically with this format, it takes big abstract ideas like relationships, career, anxiety, and makes them feel deeply personal and connection. And this setup is really simple with this format. You're talking directly into the camera, and one of the reasons I love this is it's kind of low production on purpose. It's meant to kind of feel like a FaceTime call. And you're sharing one thought-provoking idea. So let's watch an example of Julian using this format.
Here's how you know it's true love, like potentially the love of your life. And this is a simple rule from the philosopher Nietzsche, who basically argued that love is the highest form of friendship. Or, in his words, what makes most relationships fail is not a lack of love, it is a lack of friendship. And to cultivate friendship and love means finding somebody who makes you smile, who makes you laugh, but above all, who makes you feel safe. It's like George Eliot, who wrote that it is, quote, the inexpressible comfort of feeling safe with a person. And when you feel safe, you can be your most authentic, childlike, joyful self. You bring out the best in each other. It's like Dr. Seuss, who wrote that life is weird, everyone is a little weird. And when 2 people meet whose weirdness is compatible and they join forces, they call it love. That's what love is. It is the highest form of friendship. It is finding someone who is your friend for life.
I love that message. Great video. 17.6 million views. So most people would stop there. They'd be like, I see what he's doing. he's just talking to the camera and telling a story. But we're not going to stop there. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of an exercise. We're going to watch 2 more videos by Julian. We have video 1 and video 2. One generated millions and millions of views, the other not so much. So we're going to watch both videos together, and then I'm going to quiz you guys on which one performed better. So start writing down your notes. And no cheating. Like, people cheat, especially on Zoom. People start putting in answers before they even watch the video. I don't know where they're coming up with this stuff. So, okay, let's watch video 1 together.
Here's a simple sign that you have a true friend. And this is a simple rule about friendship that goes back to the author Isabel Allende, in which she writes, "True friendship withstands time, distance, and silence." And what she meant is that a true friend has 3 things. 1, you're friends for life. Like, not just for a moment, for life. 2, you don't have to be in the same place. You may have grown up together but gone your separate ways. That matters nothing. And finally, number 3, you don't have to speak all the time. This one is crucial. True friends don't have to speak all the time. But when you do speak, it feels like no time has passed at all. Hence, this is very similar to the quote about friendship from Elizabeth Foley, in which she says, "The most beautiful discovery true friends make is that they can grow separately without growing apart." That is a true friend, a friend for life. True friendship withstands time, distance, and silence.
Okay, so that's video 1. So let's watch video 2. And again, start to think about, as you're watching it, which one performed better.
Here's how you know that you have a bad friend, like a fake friend or a fair weather friend. And this goes back to a simple observation by the author Christian Nestle Bovee, who once wrote, "A bad friend is like a shadow, with you when the sun shines, but disappears when it gets dark." And what he meant is that a fake friend is somebody who likes to hang out when things are great, but they disappear when things get hard. A fake friend walks out of your life when you need them the most. And vice versa, a true friend is somebody who is with you at your darkest hour. Somebody who comes precisely when you need them. And so a true friend is somebody who is there for you no matter what. They are loyal to a fault. But a bad friend, a fake friend, a fair weather friend is like a shadow, with you in the sun, but they disappear when it gets dark.
Okay, so those of you tuning in Zoom, type in the chat video 1, just put 1 or 2. So if we hear you in the audience, raise your hand if you think it's number 1. Okay, so I would say like 40%. Put your hands down. Who thinks it's number 2? Yeah, it's like 60-40. Okay. All right, let's see who's right. So, video 1 did 54 million views. Video 2 did 276,000. So this is the same creator, same format. We're talking about 19,456% increase in performance just from a few creative shifts. So what we're going to do now is we're going to break down why. So we're going to look at what's called performance drivers. And it sounds like a technical term, but to simplify it, it's the things that drive performance up of a video or drive the performance down. So let's start with the first one, perspective shift. So in video 1, he offers a surprising take. True friends are maintained through silence. It kind of challenges the viewer's assumptions. It's not something that we really hear all the time. Versus video 2, it's kind of a predictable message. It's fake friends aren't there for you when you need them. There's this lack of original insight. The second one is delivery and credibility. So video 1, he's really confident, he's concise, introduces the quote directly, calls it simple, it makes it accessible to everyone. Versus the video 2, it seems a little bit like repetitive, and that repetitiveness comes off a little bit insecure. He's using filler words, he repeats the quote, he over-explains, and it comes off like he's trying to be intelligent. The next one is the hook. So video 1, it's short and punchy. It gets to the point quickly without lingering, versus video 2, it starts strong, but it drags on with extra lines that dilute the overall impact. And then the last one is viewer self-reflection and tension building. So in video 1, he builds a pretty clear 3-part checklist. It's time, distance, and silence. So it encourages us as viewers to do deep reflection and keeps us engaged. Versus video 2, he just states one trait early on with no buildup. It kills the momentum and limits reflection. So can you guys kind of see the difference of like analyzing content like this versus like looking at it on the surface level, the power of understanding? Like one video got 54 million views, the other 276,000. The exact same creators, same channel, and same format. Now, as I mentioned, at Hookpoint, when we do this, we don't just do 2 videos side by side. We'll do 20 versus 20. Like we spend 15, 20 hours, and we have a whole library of performance drivers. So these are just a few of them from visual storytelling and delivering. But each format essentially has its own DNA of performance drivers. So when we're comparing different formats, each format has a different process, and that's why we have to analyze each format independently, is to make sure that we really understand the DNA that is driving the performance. So what are the actual strategies that we can take away from this? Number 1 is we want to find the right format for us. Even if we like what Julian is doing here and it doesn't feel authentic, it'd be like, I don't know, I don't feel comfortable doing that format. You don't have to. There's so many formats out there. Understand what drives its success. Don't just stop at this video got 10 million views, I'm going to try it. Understand what drives the success. Also, with that gold, silver, bronze process, you want to avoid common mistakes. You ever hear that quote of that you learn more from your failures than your successes? Well, the same thing applies here. We can learn more from the underperformers oftentimes than we can from the high performers. And this system sets you up for repeatable success. I'm hoping you start to see that this is not about luck. This is about understanding storytelling on these platforms. So step number 3 is generating ideas that stick. So this is a big mistake. Most people, when they're creating content, they start with the idea and then create the content. The problem with that is if you're just starting with idea, that means you don't have the format in mind. And again, formats are the key to success. If you don't have a format, it weakens your ability to tell stories. It weakens your ability to master the nuances of that format. So we're going to look at, and I covered this yesterday, so as a refresher for those of you who are new, amazing guy, a good friend of mine, a client of ours, Tanner Leatherstein, that at the age of 11, he created his first leather jacket. He fell in love with the art of creating leather-crafted goods. So by the time he grew up, he created his own leather goods company called Pagai, where they create briefcases, leather briefcases, wallets, belts, and things of that nature. But the problem that he was running into is he had no format. He was stuck at 2,000 followers. He thought social media was just creating ads for organic content, and it was never breaking through. He was constantly sitting up at 2 a.m., scrolling through social media, seeing his competitors that had less experience, less quality, killing it, generating millions of views, millions of followers, while his 30 years of experience was going unnoticed. So the other aspect of it, and some of you may feel this, is he didn't even feel comfortable being on camera. Why? Because he thought he had to act. He thought he had to be somebody else that he wasn't. So we helped him design this format called Is It Worth It?, where he takes very expensive handcrafted leather goods, deconstructs it on screen, and tells you whether it's worth the money that you paid for it. So let's look at an example of Tanner using this format.
Overpaying may sound crazy to you and me, but for some, that's what makes them love something even more. And this pair of Christian Louboutin shoes is a perfect example of that. This beauty here is one of the cheaper ones in their collection, and yet it still cost me a whopping $795. At first glance, this shoe looks sharp. The design is beautiful, the patent leather shines like a diamond, and the inner linings feel like butter. So this legendary red sole is actually leather, and a really good leather. It's coated with a red paint, a thick paint, almost like a nail paint you can think of. And we use acetone to remove that paint, like you see here. And underneath, we see the grain of that beautiful vegetable tanned sole leather. Next, we got the inner lining of the shoe, and we removed the finish. It's a fairly minimal pigment finish. And I was thinking it may be vegetable tan too. And I burned it, but I see some green residue, so there is a little bit of chrome involvement, probably a mixed heavy vegetable retainage. Again, a very, very nice, high caliber internal lining leather used in this shoe. And finally, the upper leather, the patent finish. This is one of the toughest patent leather finishes I've ever seen. Extremely well done. So this is very flexible but super strong patent finish applied on a good cow leather. After this detailed inspection, now we know that all 3 leathers used in this shoe is top-notch, absolutely beautiful. If the prestige isn't your thing, there are quite a bit of affordable alternatives out there that offer great design and quality materials without breaking the bank.
That video generated 8.2 million views. But can you see Tanner? He's not acting. He's not like jumping off the walls with energy. He's just being himself, sharing his expertise. And that's the power of matching yourself with the right format. Now, the reason I showed this one in terms of coming up with ideas is once you have a format, it's so powerful in coming up with ideas. You don't have to reinvent the wheel each time. So, for example, with Tanner's format, he just swaps in new products. One day it's a Prada bag, the next it's Chanel, next it's a luxury belt. So once you start with a format, coming up with ideas that perform are 10 times easier. So Tanner just didn't go viral once with this. He exploded. He went from 2,000 followers to 2.5 million. He has 94 videos with 1 million views. He has 16 videos surpassing 4 million views. But again, this has to turn into business. He had one product, a single product on Etsy that sold over $1 million. And if you watch his content, he's not selling you on anything. He's building trust. You know, the purpose of social media is to get people to know, like, and trust you. It's not to sell them something. It's get them so motivated that they ultimately want to buy from you. Like, to the point, Tanner and I were having dinner in London a few months ago, and it was fascinating. He was telling me that he got flown out to a private meeting in Hong Kong, a private closed-door meeting with all the heads of the leather goods industry, CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations. He didn't really know kind of why he was there, but when they closed the door, they all turned to him. And they're like, Tanner, how do we save the leather industry? How do we generate more awareness? How do we get people to buy into these products? Just think about that, the power. Think about the industry or sector that you're in and getting invited to a closed-door meeting with the CEOs of all the most powerful companies in your industry, looking to you to advice. That is the power of the format. So what is the actionable strategy that we can take away? Is we want to select our format first and let that format guide our ideas. So moving on to step 4, one video at a time. So we want to, I know this is so tough to avoid, but in the beginning, avoid batch production because we want to be able to test, learn, and refine with each piece of content for optimal results. So a little bit of a thought experiment that we're going to do here is imagine this. Imagine we're baking 10 cakes at the same time with a brand new recipe. And we put those 10 cakes all into the oven at the same time. And we pull out the first one, and then we find out it's too dry. It's not even edible. Well, what are you going to do? Well, all 10 are already in the oven. You can't fix it. The same thing happens with content. Is we sit down and we produce 10 pieces of content, and the first one posts, and it completely bombs. Well, how can we take the learnings from that and apply it to the other 9 that we already shot? You can't. And human behavior tells us we're not going to just throw away the other 9, we're just going to post them. And then you're going to repeat the process over and over and over again. So moving to the next thought experiment is let's now imagine a new approach. So if you think about a chef or somebody in your family or maybe yourself trying to perfect the perfect pasta dish, you're tasting the sauce as you go along. You're putting a little bit of salt or pepper, your favorite ingredients, olive oil, as you're tasting to kind of figure out what is the best tasting version of this pasta dish. We're making these small tweaks in real time for refined results. Content should be treated the same way, at least in the beginning. As you're mastering a format, create one, learn from it, take those learnings to the next one, to the next one, and to the next one. So step 5 is analyze and improve. So the actual strategies that we can take away from here is, the amazing thing is, through the gold, silver, bronze process, I walked you through that exercise of looking at the high performers versus the low performers. If something doesn't perform and you're following this system, you're following this recipe, there's no opportunity loss. What does that mean? Well, most of the time when you create content, something underperforms, you're like kicking yourself. Like, I can't figure this out. Why does this not perform? But in this model, what we do is we created something called the hook point mirror test. So you take your underperforming video on one side of the screen, and you take one of the gold videos from your research on the other side of the screen, and you play them side by side. And if you're really honest with yourself, you can spot the difference. It's similar to what we did with the Here's How You Know format, except you're swapping in one of the videos with your video. So as we're doing this, you start to ask yourself these questions. Did we just miss the performance driver, the thing that maybe we just targeted the wrong one? Maybe we completely missed something. Or maybe we just executed something wrong. And again, when you play it side by side, you will spot the difference clearly. Or did we miss a crucial storytelling element? So can you guys kind of see like how this process is taking shape? And the most important thing is that if something doesn't perform, you're not left hanging. How do we learn from our failures? How do we learn from our successes? Well, we need a system to be able to do that. Because if we just keep repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again, that's where things fall flat. So one of the final takeaways that I want to leave you with today is we live in a world where there's 5.2 billion people on social media. 5.2 billion. There's over 1 billion pieces of content uploaded to social media every day. That is the arena that we are all playing in. You, me, everybody in this room, everybody on Zoom. You need a system for success. Now, I know it can kind of feel a little daunting, but the important takeaway I want you to have is these platforms, they need us. We are the fuel that runs them. This is not Netflix. This is not Disney where they invest billions and billions of dollars in original content. They need us to create content for these platforms. So with the right system, with the right recipe, anyone can go viral. And again, when I say virality, I mean business results. Now, my friend Chris Do is coming up on the stage soon, and he is going to rip me to shreds. So when he does that, I want you to ask him if he declined to use the system to go viral on his own account. Yeah, I see you there, Chris. He wasn't complaining when he got 3 million views on his last video. So again, when I talk about virality, we're not talking about going viral for the sake of going viral. Going viral just simply means, to me, is capturing enough attention to drive your goals and business results. For some people, they get 50,000 views and they sell out their products. And that's amazing. To them, that is a success. Don't benchmark yourself about the number of views, the number of followers, but benchmark your success based upon the impact that you're having with your message, your service, or your product. So, just to wrap things up with the hook point 5-step system, that recipe is, number 1 is going from consumer to creator. When you guys leave here today and you're scrolling social media, instead of just scrolling past videos, when you see something that has gone viral, click on the creator's profile. Did they use that same format several times, at least 5 or 10 times? If you watch a video from a friend or a business that didn't succeed, well, try and understand, are they using a format? Where are they going wrong with it? Number 2, select and analyze your format. So remember the 2 questions I gave you in selecting your format. Number 1, what resources do you have? You do not need to extend yourself beyond the resources that you have. You don't need to go out there and do a multi-million-dollar production like Mr. Beast. And if you look at Mr. Beast's original videos, he started in his room with a web camera. There are formats that literally can achieve your results with just an iPhone, with just you as a content creator. Ideas start with formats, not the other way around. Select your format, and coming up with ideas that work and perform will ultimately be a lot easier, and you'll see more consistent success. Number 4, one video at a time. At least in the beginning. We want to crawl before we run. Create one video, test and refine. Understand what is working, what's not working, so you can apply it to the next one, the next one, the next one. And what I covered yesterday, is just a refresher, is quality will beat quantity every time. I know that there's a lot of people out there saying frequency is the key to success. It's not. Quality of your content will drive success. There are creators like Mark Rober that will post one video a month and get hundreds of millions of views. So don't feel that pressure to constantly, I have to post multiple times a day, every day. And then number 5 is analyze and improve. Again, one of the simplest exercises I can give you is if you find a format, look at the gold standard, put your video on one side of the screen, the gold standard on the other side of the screen, and play them side by side. And try and understand what's the difference in the performance. So the only question now that I have is, what will you create? You have the system, you have the recipe. You know this is not some fluke or some magic wand. You have the ability to transform the world in a positive way with your message, your product, or service. So if you guys want to connect further, I have a lot of resources. You can follow me on Instagram. Like I said, I give away my books for free. It's been a true pleasure connecting with all of you. Hopefully you guys got a lot of useful information, had a lot of fun. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Brendan. That was great energy. What are you talking about?
It's not Caitlin energy.
Guys, it's staggering to hear those statistics, right? 1 billion pieces of content uploaded daily. And how do you stand out? And how do you go viral? And I really hope that you found all of Brendan's expertise in understanding the format and being able to do that and knowing that quality is so important. And I know he briefly alluded to our next speaker, and I just want to share with you guys, because for me, it's so important to understand, who are you learning from? You know, if you've ever heard the quote, if I think like you, will I be like you? And it's true. And so I want to share a little bit about his story, because I had such a privilege listening to it. You know, hearing that our next speaker was... anybody in here, their families immigrated? Yeah, okay. You know, the challenges. So imagine 3 years old, his family fled Vietnam and became a refugee in America. And the struggle of that, of being in a new country, of having to adapt. And I love this part because all of us have goals. And he was telling me when he got, growing up, he had this goal, being a refugee and just being, first there in America with his family, was to make $100,000. And that was his dream. And growing up, he loved comic books. And in high school, he said, I'm going to make comic books. That's what I want to do. He was talking with his uncle in high school. And his uncle said, well, where's the school at? And he said, it's in New Jersey. And his uncle said, have you ever been to New Jersey? And it's interesting, and maybe for those of you that don't know, in America, coming from California, it's a totally different climate, totally different world. And so his dream was so paper thin. And I want you to think about that, and I want you to think about your dream and how strong it is, because sometimes it just takes one person saying something, and that can destroy your dream. And so, yeah, head nod right there. It's true. You've got to have conviction. You've got to hold on to that dream. But the soul finds a way of, making its way back home and where it's meant to be. And so he wound up going to graphic design school and ends up having his first job at a record company. For 2 months, he was working there. And then he decided to start his own agency. And he's like, I'm not going to teach, even though he loved it, because I didn't want to graduate school and go back and teach people the same thing. There's nothing new there. I think that's an important thing to remember. What is your life experience? Where can you add value and teach other people? And so for 5 years, he's working in his ad agency. And then he decides that he's going to start teaching. And for 15 years, he's running an ad agency and production company, shooting ads, shooting commercials for companies like Toyota and Land Rover, and music videos for MTV, for people like Justin Timberlake and CeeLo Green. You guys know that song, Crazy? Does that make me crazy? Yeah, the girl, right? She's like, that's my theme song right there. I love that. Right? So he has all these amazing opportunities, and he's juggling, teaching people 15 years, and while he's creating his company, and it's exhausting. And one day he has a conversation with his wife, and his wife looks at them and goes, you're such a great teacher, but I feel like you're wasting your time. He tells me the car ride is silent. But his wife was this beautiful messenger. And just as he got the message, one of his friends from school that he had grown up with in school said to him, I think we should use this YouTube thing. 2014, 42 years old. I share that because no age should stop you. No, I've never done that should stop you. And so he's like, YouTube? Well, how do you even spell that? I've heard this from my students. Y-O-O? I'm like laughing as he's telling me this. But he's like, okay, maybe this is my opportunity to teach. So he starts teaching YouTube. He finds a new way to share. And many of you know the massive success that he has today. But I want to share with you, that success comes when you truly listen to what your soul is trying to tell you, when you're open, when you're following. And I love so much because he is on a mission to help 1 billion people create a life that you love. But in order to do that, you have to know what you love, and you have to stay true to yourself. And that's why I'm so excited for his conversation, because you're going to hear from so many different creators how you're going to go viral, and there's this replication to it and all of these things. But the most important thing that you have to remember is you have to stay true to who you are, right? As Brendan was saying, there's billions of people in the world, and there's the billion of content going out every day. But I believe too, what makes you is you. And so it's so important. And I just really wanted to share with you guys this incredible story. And I know that his journey is nowhere near. I know he's got so much brewing up and what he's going to do next. But I ask all of you to really be present, to keep your hearts open, to keep your ears open. Because sometimes it takes one thing to change your life, to move you from a paper dream. And it takes another thing to absolutely transform your life and to get you onto the right timeline and the right path to do exactly what your soul is here to do. So please, everybody, help me welcome such an inspiring soul that I'm so happy is joining us today on the Mind Valley stage. Everybody, please welcome Christo.
Thank you very much for being here. Like many of you, I don't know if you know this, Caitlin is my fitness role model. I aspire to have the legs of Caitlin. This is my very first time being a part of the Mind Valley group, and for many of you joining us live on Zoom or wherever you're watching this, it is a different experience on this side of the screen. And I have to tell you, meeting Vishen for the very first time and hearing him speak, how many people have actually spoken to Vishen like in real life, RL? A couple of y'all? Okay. Do you know he has a kind of a sonic presence? Like, I could feel his voice kind of push me. I feel that power and that energy. So, okay, about a week ago, I was asked to speak on a topic, and I've put together a brand new presentation for some of you, so bear with me if there are some typos and some weird things. And the reason why I did this is because they asked me to talk about the topic of virality, and nobody does a better job than that than Brendan Kane. He's our friend. He's been on multiple podcasts with us. So, Brendan, with all apologies, I'm going to take a little different approach and talk to you about something, because when I think of Mind Valley, I think of a more spiritual, personal pursuit versus this thing. There's this promise of social media that anyone can go viral. And I wonder why or where we got this idea from that anyone can go viral, right? And I think it's the social media networks have told us this. And they make this promise, like they dangle that little carrot for us to pursue, and it keeps us chasing. So I want to ask you this question. If anyone can go viral, the question is, should you? So I want you to think about this, okay? Some of you may know this person. His name is Mark Manson. Do you know Mark Manson? Anybody? Okay, great. A well-read group here. I love that. He wrote this book called The Subtle Art of Not Giving an F. And I heard him say this thing about if you want to be a 1%er, and I don't think he's talking about the top 1% of the richest people in the world, but the people who make the greatest impact in the world, the top 1%er, they have something in common. They all do this one thing. They are contrarians. When everyone's going one direction, they go the opposite direction. But any fool can go a different direction, so you have to be a correct contrarian. You have to find something that goes against what the mainstream is saying, whatever it is that you strongly believe in your heart, not to do it because it's a gimmick, but because you believe in your heart this isn't correct. Because if you say what everyone else is saying, you're going to disappear in all the noise. So you have to become a correct contrarian. And I take this very personally because I am not trying to be contrarian, but I have very strong points of view on lots of things. So I'm going to use this opportunity to probably undo everything that Brendan just said. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of fun together, okay? So from the people who are laughing, I presume you were here for that. And for the people who are not laughing, maybe you're going to be mad at me or you're just new here. So it's okay. This presentation exists with or without Brendan. He's a very important person. So I want to ask you this question, okay, to reflect on this idea a little bit, which is, in an era of fast fashion, what is the consequence of fast fashion? You know, certain brands that make things really quickly, they not only destroy legitimate fashion brands by knocking off their designs, but they're producing things at such a rapid pace that they are the most harmful companies to the environment, even more than big oil. It's a shocking idea. So if we like fast fashion, we have to come to the consequence and understand what happens to all the clothes that we don't buy. Because it's become cheaper to replace the clothes than it is to wash the clothes. That's scary to me. And then in the era of fast food, what's the consequence of fast food? We have a lot of engineered things that last a really long time. Good for shelf life, not good for your body. And I don't know about you, I prefer things that are less processed over things that are processed. In an era of easy money, what could be the problem with easy money? What could be the problem? Well, you know, get rich quick, you also lose it really quick. Easy come, easy go. Very high percentage of people who win the lottery wind up right back where they started. I wonder why. Because maybe, just maybe, there is something to the pursuit of learning something, working hard, that is more desirable than the result itself. So I hope you start to hear a theme here, and I'm going to build my argument, and then we think about things like a crash diet. Anybody here been on a crash diet, New Year's resolution to lose a lot of weight? The problem with crash diets, the hint is in the title itself. Crash. Maybe the word die. So you're on this yo-yo diet, right? When you may start off large and get to medium small, but because this is not a lifelong pursuit, because you see it as a very short-term goal to hit, maybe once you hit the goal, you regress because those habits haven't been formed inside of you. Kind of an important thing to think about. Okay. And then, this is not a real term. Does anybody here want fast fans? Okay, I didn't think so. You don't have to agree with me. We could have an argument. This can be very interactive. So for the Zoom audience who's watching this on the Mind Valley Network, type yes or no. Do you want fast fans? Do you want fast company? People of convenience, maybe? So what's the problem with fast fans? Well, I don't know about you. This is a generated image, but it's a symbol for the things that are going on with engagement farms. You pay, you get the views. As soon as you stop paying, you don't get the views, you don't get the fake engagement. And I would rather have 100 people who are dedicated, who truly want to consume my content, than 1 million people who are there because somebody's clicking it in some country. So that's it with that. So what I would like for you to maybe kind of rethink this idea of virality. We came out of a pandemic. I don't know about you, but I'm not so keen on viruses myself. So the antidote probably to this idea of going viral is to be antiviral. So my talk is called The Dark Side of Virality, why success or easy success might become a prison sentence for many of you. Okay, so I'm going to ask this question. And I do a style of talks where I'd like to interact with you as much as you're comfortable doing. And I understand different cultures, people like to talk, some people don't. I will work with whatever you give me, okay? So what is the goal of content creation? I just want you to reflect on this. So if you're watching this on Zoom, just type it in. What is the goal of you creating content? I'm going to give you a second because maybe there's a delay. Then I'm going to ask the audience here, what's the goal of you create? How many people here are creating content? You make a post, a podcast, a carousel, a YouTube video, Instagram reel, so almost everybody here. I'm glad to hear that at least the programming is right, because this is the social media summit of the 1 billion follower summit. So if you're here, maybe you're curious or you're actually doing something. So just randomly yell out, just like a little bit at a time, not all at once, because then I can't process that. What's the goal of you creating content? Right here. What's that? Sin? Oh, yeah, hold on, everybody. Oh, my God. I know where we are now. This is like a bazaar. We're trading things, yes? I just need to understand the word. I can even understand. Sales, to sell things. You make content to sell things. Okay, great. Educate. Are you an educator? Okay, that's why. Okay, over here. Awareness, to build awareness. So you can get sales or to educate? Okay, so education. Okay, yes. Entertain. Do you tell jokes? Are you a funny guy? Okay, maybe not right now, but okay. Over here. Making money. We got to make some money, huh? Okay, last one. What? Fashion? Passion. I love that. What's your passion, friend? Oh, so education. No? Yeah, it's okay. Okay, okay, one more. She's like, pick me or I'm going to be mad at you. You're going to get an angry review from me, yes. Huh? Clone? Yes. You want to create clones of yourself? Okay. Okay, it might be a language translation thing. I'm ESL too, so maybe there's another word. I think what you're saying is you can make a positive impact in the world and inspire people to do the things that you want to inspire them to do. That's what. So you're talking about thought leadership through education. Yes, beautiful. Okay, thank you for participating. Okay, so I took the guess that maybe some of you want to do awareness, build awareness, either to promote and create sales or awareness around an idea, eat less of this, eat more of that, be kinder, those kinds of things, or meditate more, whatever the idea is. Some of you want conversion, to create content to get more sales, right? And some of you, nobody said this, but does anybody create content to build trust? Yeah. Okay. There's an asterisk on that because we're going to come back to that in a little bit, okay? I just realized I'm going too slow. I need to speed up. Okay, 10 minutes have been lost. Okay, when we do awareness, it's not just called content creation. It's called marketing. You understand that, yes? So what I don't like is when we use one term to describe too many things. Then the words lose meaning. And we have to be specific about the words that we use because the words shape our worlds, yes? Okay, when we do conversion, what is that called then? It's called sales. Very smart audience. So what I don't want to do is mix all this stuff up. But when we build trust, what do we call that? Branding. Yes. Good job, guys. Great job. Look at this. We agree. So far, so good. Okay, so your goals. So we're going to create content. What's the goal of creating content? Well, let's play along. Let's say we really want to go viral. Does anybody here want to go viral? Raise your hands. Yes. Some of you are like less excited about raising your hand now because you're like, it's a trap. It's a trap. Don't do it. But let's be honest with each other. We can do that. So let's say your goal is to be viral. Okay, so what are the two options of going viral? As far as I can tell, yes or no. Okay? So what happens if we actually get our wish of going viral? Here's what happens. Awesome. We get great reach. We get more engagement. We get more follows. Hallelujah. Maybe we make some money through monetization. We're really excited about making more content because, shoot, we're rewarded for it, right? That's how the algorithms sink their hooks into you, by the way. And I went viral. You can just walk with a little bit more confidence. Yes? Not like that, but you know what I mean. Okay, so what happens now? Well, we get into this loop. We went viral. We need to go viral again. There's a little problem here. Then we enter into this trap. It's called the validation loop, where we're looking outside to be validated versus looking inwards to be validated, right? Extrinsic versus intrinsic. That's the problem. So even at your best possible outcome, you get what you want, but now you're stuck. You want it again and again. I'm going to go deeper into this in a second. So the question for you is it sustainable? Now, we need to have a common definition. What does it mean to go viral? It means that you have an outlier, something that is 10x what you normally produce. You get 100 views, you get 1,000 views, that's viral. If you do 1,000 views, you get, 10,000 views, that's viral. So maybe my math is just bad, right? So 10x. How many people here have made a piece of content that's gone viral for them? Raise your hands. Okay? Those of you, keep your hands up. Air out the armpits. Some of you are sweating, that's okay? You've gone viral. How many were able to repeat it? Lower your hand if you can't repeat it. And how many have been able to sustain it over and over and over again? Lower your hands now. Only a handful of people. The person in the front, of course. She must be really smart and very good at making content. It's beautiful. Okay. So let's take the other path now. Okay. What happens when you don't go viral? This is the dark side that nobody is really paying attention to, which is now I'm not really motivated to make content anymore. And my ego, my self-esteem, my self-worth, my self-value takes a hit. And sometimes it leads to depression. And if you do this for long enough, it leads to burnout. Has anybody ever felt burnout on creating content? I mean, everybody's hand should be up right now. Let's tell the truth, people, please. Okay? And then what happens is eventually burnout leads to you quitting. So I presented to you a very structured argument why neither option is good. Yes? Maybe. We can argue later. So the problem with virality is it's based on an outcome. Do I get to go viral or not? And we have to ask this question, is there something beneath the surface that's a bigger problem? So I'm going to present to you 4 really quick problems, and we'll go through this, okay? Number 1 is the seduction, okay? Virality feels a lot of times very opaque. None of the platforms tell you how to go viral, so there's all these professional gurus, coaches, and programs that you can enter telling you what they guess what it is, even though the platforms do not tell you. It's a very opaque process. And I think what they give, they can take away. And I personally do not like to export my emotional well-being to a machine, to the corporate overlords, okay? Maybe you like it, I don't like it. So I talked about this before. So what we used to look inside for whether or not we're doing the right thing, now we're trusting a machine that we do not understand from our corporate overlords who never talk to us to regulate our emotional well-being. I don't like this at all. And I'm going to share a little story with you. There's my friend. Her name is Jody Cook, and I'll talk about her in a couple different ways. Jody Cook on Instagram has 155 posts and 10.7 thousand followers. Her typical content is 2,000, and wait a minute, there's a viral post right there. It has 2.9 million views. And then it goes back to 4,229, okay? Now, my friend Jody Cook, who I featured on my channel, so it's a collab reel, has all this attention. She goes, Chris, I've never gone viral before. Is this what it feels like for you and your life? I'm like, no, I don't go viral either. I don't know what's going on, okay? So let's take a look here. That's the clip, all right? Look at the engagement. So they're like, finally, I made it. So Jody is, she writes for Forbes as a senior contributor. The impact of this one post going viral inspired her, or maybe demanded of her, to write an article. And she wrote, what really happens when you go viral on Instagram. So number 1 is your notifications are blowing up. And she's trying to not pay attention to the phone, but it's going off all the time. She can't focus on anything else. She's constantly checking her phone to the point in which she has to turn it off and turn off everything. And now, because she wants to keep checking the new numbers and the messages that are coming because it's so addictive, she can't even do basic tasks. And her inbox is crazy. It's flooded with messages. But there's this other part, which maybe some of you have experienced. Threats, harassment, name-calling, and bullying are coming in. Yeah? Anybody have experienced that before? The trolls? Yes. Not nice. And if you're not built for it, if you haven't earned it over time, it can be overwhelming. So I'm just going to read some of the more sanitized comments that were left on this post. Okay? Number 1, I can't read this, all right? It says, when all you are is money, how poor your life must be. This is a complete stranger. And there's a reason why they say this when you go viral, because they don't know you. They just see this thing, and they judge you for everything based on one thing you said, or the way that you look, or how long your skirt is, or if you wear a baseball cap when you talk or not. Okay? Here's another one. Ugh, these guru prices are out of control. The coaching space needs serious regulation in place. This person, I guarantee you, has done zero research on looking into her programs and how she coaches. You're feeling it? Have you had comments like this before? Is that wrong? You know what? You know what bullies don't like? Is being bullied themselves. How you like them apples, you know? I could tell you stories, but I'm not going to today. Unless there's time. What's that? I love my bullies. I love the trolls. I'll tell you later. Love thy enemy. It's the best approach. I make more content from the bullies than I do of the lovers and the fans. I'll tell you why. Because there's a friction point. The internet loves friction. So I have an opportunity to clarify what I meant to say or how you might have misinterpreted this. It usually outperforms the original post. Okay? Here's the last one. One word, escort. Yeah, I told you, I'm giving you the more sanitized version. You guys know what escort means, right? Yes, okay. I don't know. We're in Dubai. I don't know what we can talk about here. I will probably have canceled. I will never be here again. Okay, number 2, the addiction. The addiction happens. You chase the dragon. Do you know the term chase the dragon? Okay, probably not here. But anyways, there's this flood of happiness, dopamine, and then dopamine leads to depression, okay? And I think this whole thing is very close to a different kind of relationship, a perilous dealer-addict relationship. You're the addict, you're not the dealer, I promise you, okay? So what do dealers do? They hook you with a sample, a viral moment. You feel the high, and when you don't have it anymore, you experience withdrawals. You don't know what to do with yourself. And then you're constantly checking the stats. It's like you scratching like, oh, I need another fix. And now you have to chase your next fix. This is what's happening, right? So the weird thing is the day before your post went viral, you were really happy with yourself, weren't you? You're like, I'm making progress, I'm communicating, I'm becoming a better communicator, I feel better about myself. So what used to make you happy doesn't make you happy anymore. Weird, because once you experience this feeling, everything else sucks in comparison. So you're chasing this thing one more time. So now you start to go in this negative spiral, this vicious cycle, where you have more bad moments than good moments. Who still wants to go viral? Let's just keep checking the room. Okay, cool. I like that. You are resilient. Well, wait, can I finish the presentation before you make your point? There will be a point when you can make that point, but not right now because I'm worried about my time. Okay, cool. We're about halfway through. Okay, number 3, the prison. Okay, what happens is when you go viral, well, what do? You try to repeat that. You might have been an experiment. You might have done something really goofy. You might have like put ice on your face or something. Now every video you got to throw ice on your face. So you become a caricature of yourself and you no longer feel like it's you who's showing up. So you become a slave to the algorithm. This is why it's a prison. Brendan, hate me later, but I'm going to keep moving on. There's this idea. It's called the authenticity gap, okay? It's the space that exists between the real you, who you are in private to your very best, most trusted friends, and how you show up in the world. Like, I don't sit in the hotel room with my skirt on. It's too uncomfortable. This is how I show up here. So I am in some way operating as a persona or a character of myself. I'm wearing a hat. I have a mic. These aren't normal things that I would do if I was sitting there in the living room watching TV. There's no need for that. So the bigger the gap between the real you and the persona who you show up to be in this world determines the lack of authenticity. So what's happening when you go viral? You show up even less of yourself. You become a prisoner of your own stupid success. Because this is all that people want from you now. So you have to maintain this image that you've created because you are so in love with this idea of attention. And sooner than later, you start wearing this mask and you can't even see yourself anymore. Your interests, your values, and your personal growth take a backseat to keeping the relationship between you and the dealer happy and stable. It doesn't sound so good anymore, I don't think. And every time you try something different, you want to return back to the real you, you get punished for it, don't you? Oh my gosh, I'm shadow banned now. What happened? Oh, you have fake followers, because how did you get all that growth and now no one cares? Because you did something that they don't want to see from you. They'll leave comments like this. This isn't what we followed you for. Okay? So this avatar, this thing that you've created to go viral, becomes your prison. Okay? Number 4, the awakening. What you start to realize is being viral doesn't mean you've done anything valuable. I'm sure you've scrolled through the feeds on Instagram, on TikTok. I think they call it brain rot for a reason. It's not necessarily valuable, it's just what the algorithm wants. And the algorithm, depending on the platform, rewards you every 10th post to give you an artificial boost. They give you a little love bomb. We love that you're on your 10th post, so we're going to juice the numbers for you because they are like drug dealers. They want to keep encouraging you enough so you don't quit because the platforms win when more people create. And you start to understand that bigger reach doesn't mean that your message resonates anymore, and that followers doesn't equal community. And I will go into that, okay? Now, if you are here, like many of us, you're trying to develop your personal brand, right? You guys are trying to develop your personal brand. What you need to understand what branding is, it's the stickiness of the relationship. It's how loyal people are to you. And there's simple tests. All you have to do is ask them to do something simple. Comment this. Go vote for me. Like, I'm up for an award. Please vote for me. Please nominate me as a speaker for this event. Or who knows an organizer who can put me in touch with somebody? Who will do the introductions? So you can test the strength of those relationships in the community just to see how sticky it is, okay? Now here's the story. I'm sure some of you know this. VidCon is a big conference for YouTubers to create content. Post-pandemic, they opened it back up in 2022. TikTok is blowing up like crazy. It's sweeping all over social media. There's a good chance that if you're on TikTok, it's because it was in 2022 that everybody was telling you, you must be on TikTok, yes? Okay. So what did VidCon do? They invited some of the biggest TikTokers with millions of followers to come and speak. I was at that conference. And this is an illustration of what those rooms looked like. Massive rooms for 500 to 800 people, even for some of the biggest creators that you know and love, about 20 to 30 seats. Not percentage, 20 to 30 seats. Fewer people than the people in this room for a room 6 times as big as this room. So there was a Business Insider article in July of 2022, why TikTokers may face problems forming deep connections with fans despite the platform's hold on Gen Z. And there's a woman, her name is Grace Africa. She has 1.3 million followers on TikTok. She said, when you set up a meet and greet and no one comes. How heartbreaking is that? This relationship that you thought you were building wasn't a relationship at all because you're chasing a number. So here's what I conclude. Short-term fame doesn't build lasting bonds. Again, I'd rather have an army of 100 like Leonidas have my back than 10,000 people who never show up to help me fight. Okay? So we're going to move into the light a little bit because you're like, this is super depressing, bro. You're like, I want my money back. If I charge you, I'll give it back to you, but I haven't, so there we go. The liberation, okay? So what we need to do is to move away from the metrics to what really matters to us. And how you answer this question is super individual to what your real goals are, okay? Now, if you need clients, and all of us do need clients to a degree, if you need sales, you need revenue because you are able to sustain a business, that's fantastic. Invest in marketing, invest in a sales program, invest in sales training. But this is not why we make content, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, okay? So what matters to you? Let's use this same decision flow chart again and say, well, what's the goal of creating content? Now, does somebody have a new answer for me besides going viral? Create raving fans, okay? Having fun, okay. Here's the cool thing. Creating raving fans is not the goal, it's a byproduct of a goal. Having fun may or may not be the goal, but it could also be a byproduct of the goal, okay? Now, I heard my friend Blair Enns share this on stage. I'm going to script the story. They had like 100 entrepreneurs, very successful in a room. They asked every single one, write down on a Post-it note what's important to you. And out of 100 different entrepreneurs from all over different spectrums of success in different industries, they almost all wrote the same answer. Do you know what that answer is? Okay, check this out. They want to grow personally while helping other people. Amazing. You're like surprised? You look at his eyes, it's got 3 times bigger on me. It's like, close your eyes, bro, you're blinding me right now. No, I'm just kidding, okay? So maybe the goal in creating content should be personal development, to better ourselves while helping other people. That, to me, is worth more than going viral, okay? So let's look at the same decision. What happens if you work on personal development and it works out. Well, what are the rewards? Well, you feel like you grew. You develop new skills. You become a communicator. You build the ability to, like rhetoric, like the ability to persuade people with the spoken word. You find out a lot more about yourself. Your identity gets more defined. I found my voice in this world. And because I know who I am, I'm more confident and I care less about what people say about me. That's a pretty good one. Pretty good. So if you repeat that, that's awesome. It's excellent. What happens if you don't achieve that? You learn. Because in life, you either win or you learn. So it didn't work. Cool. It's an opportunity to learn. And if you keep paying attention to the lessons, you will eventually get there. I think that's more worthwhile. The flip. Okay? This goes directly against what Brendan just said, so let's do it, all right? Quality versus quantity. He goes, quality matters, right? Didn't he say something like that? Chris, did I say something? Whatever. All right. I know that's not how he sounded. He's more monotone than that. Okay. We're friends, guys. We're friends. At least up until today. Okay. Are you familiar with this book, Art and Fear? Observations on the Perils of Art Making? Okay. It's written by David Bales and Ted Orland. Okay. And there's an art experiment, and it's been changed a little bit, but they gave an assignment to pottery students. And group one, they divided class in half. Group one, they said, hey, here's your only criteria. You're graded on how many pots you produce. And group two, the other half of the room, they said, hey, you're graded on one single piece. Go. Just one. We're going to grade it to see how great it is. Here's the surprising result to all of this stuff, okay? Now, you would think the ones had all this time to craft the most beautiful pot, and if you're a creative person, you always say, if the client gave me more time, it would be better. That's a lie you tell yourself every single day, okay? Because creativity expands or contracts to meet a deadline. That's how creativity works. Everything else is a lie or an excuse, okay? So it turns out many of the students who were asked just to do one piece did not even complete one piece. Why? They were trapped by making the perfect thing, because no such thing is a perfect thing. The better work consistently came from the other group who didn't even have the criteria of making perfect, because there's a reason why. Because quality leads to quality. So we've been getting this wrong. I'm a designer, classically trained. This is what they emphasize every single day into our brain. But luckily, I don't listen so good. Quality, quality, quality. No. I'm going to put in my reps, and I'll tell you why. This is a Tony Robbins quote, repetition is the mother of skill. You got to do it over and over and over again because you are what you repeatedly do. Yes? That's why everything you do, how you do one thing is how you do everything. Okay? Just think about that. And then I added to this, well, skill is the foundation of confidence. And would you like to be more confident? I would. Okay? It's the wish I would have for all of you is to be more confident in yourselves, in your decision making, and who you show up to be online. One of my favorite people in the world, Jim Rohn, said, what you become in the pursuit of your goals is more important than the accomplishment itself. Do you understand that? What you become in the pursuit of virality or content creation is who you become. So goals are great. What's more important is the development that happens within you, because no matter what happens at the end, no one can take this away from you. I think that's why we're at conferences like this, so we can learn something, so we can take away having been transformed to live richer lives. Okay? It's the pursuit and not the goal itself. So I want to talk to you a little bit about alignment, okay? Many years ago, I'm in Las Vegas at a conference, a technology conference, and I'm meeting up with a former student of mine. He's an entrepreneur. He's doing really well. We're meeting up at some Las Vegas hotel bar. We're sitting down and having a meal. And he says to me before the waiter comes out and takes our order, he goes, Chris, I noticed something about you. You seem really happy, like you're almost glowing right now. I'm like, I am? He said, what's going on? We haven't seen each other in a couple of years. Former student of mine. I said, you know what, Greg? I think I've figured out the secret to my life. And I take out a little napkin. I said, you have a pen? Give me something here. It's the cliche napkin drawing, right? And I drew something like this. Not this is AI, okay? I drew 3 circles. I think I finally figured out my life in my 40s. Something that I love to do, something I'm really good at, and what the world needs. Because right around here, in about 2014-15, a former classmate of mine invited me to make content on YouTube. You're thinking YouTube was that moment, that inflection point in your life? That sounds super shallow. Well, I'll tell you why. Because for 15 years, I taught at Art Center. It filled my soul with joy. It recharged me all the way. But the problem was, when I was teaching at school, they paid me $58 an hour. That was less money than I paid freelancers who worked for me. So what they were doing is they were tapping into my passion for teaching, and they were saying, well, we'll pay you with passion. As the entrepreneur, I'm like, that sounds like exploitation. And I did it for 15 years. So if you want to criticize me for pursuing the money, you do something for 15 years where you don't get paid and tell me how you like it. On the other side, I was running my production company, making commercials and music videos for what Caitlin was sharing with you all. I won't repeat that now. I made a lot of money. I made millions of dollars. Actually, I made a couple $1 million before I turned 25. But the corporate overlords always told me what to do. Oh, make it bigger. Oh, that pixel, can you move it 1 pixel to the left? We don't like that shade of green. Can you make it more emerald? Oh, okay, right? So when my friend invited me to make YouTube content with him, I finally found something where I can merge all of the things that I love. Entrepreneurship, I love reading, I love teaching, I love drawing, I like comic books. I consume pop culture, art, history, design, literature, everything. I get to combine everything about me, and I get to put it out into the world, and I'll figure out a way to make money. So the first part, there's a reason why no circle exists on here that says make money. Because I believe when you find that sweet spot in the middle of all these things, the money comes. I suggest to you right now, if the money hasn't come, it's because one of these circles is missing or it's not complete. And I encourage you to investigate that, okay? I have a story to share with you. Her name is Simona, and she was my driver from Black Lane, and she took me from my house to the airport in Los Angeles. And Simona was this incredible Middle Eastern woman, and I happened to be sitting in the front seat, and I was just talking to her. And she's super interesting. I'm like, hey, what are your passions in life? What do you do? She goes, well, I drive for work. I'll put it over here. I drive for work. My passion is I'm a hairstylist. I love to do coloring. And I speak 12 languages. My mind was blown. She goes, 6 fluently, where I can read and write. I'm like, this is amazing. And she owns 5 cars, so she owns her own chauffeur business. She owns 2 salons, sold one of them recently. And I said to her, Simona, are you familiar with this thing called the attention economy? Because what she was telling me sounded like the old me. The old me who did different things to satisfy different needs versus one thing that put them all together. She goes, no. I was like, well, let me tell you about it. Okay, the attention economy, as some people would argue, is the economy. Whoever can control attention controls opportunities. Mr. Beast is here. He's arguably the most successful person doing this. And underneath, a subset, this is my theory here, underneath the attention economy is the gift or giving economy. Okay? Bear with me. It's a concept. I'm working on it. If you don't like it, again, no refunds. Okay? The gift or giving economy is built on like 5 principles, okay? Or 5 ideas, not principles. That you give freely with no short-term expectations, where all you're doing is to do it to build relationships, community, and strengthen social bonds. No money. We're doing it because it feels good to give. Yes? Okay. So what you're doing is in lieu of getting money, you trade money for time, their attention, perhaps some status because you're the educator, you're the thought leader. You trade it maybe for support because people who do good things get support from other people. They give money, they support you, introduce you to people, and for connection. So what you're doing is instead of getting money, you're getting social currency. Now I want to share with you 4 creators that highlight this concept of the giving or the gift economy, okay? Really quickly. The first one is a person named the Trip Man. Does anybody know the Trip Man? Trip Man's awesome. You know the Trip Man, and you're already smiling. Why? Because the Trip Man, he's a former lab technician. He just quit his job, and he wants to drive Ubers. It's crazy. Remember, he's a lab technician, okay? So he rigs his Ubers with lights, microphones, funny party lights, and the whole bit. And when you get in the car, before he drives you anywhere, he says, pick a song. And they pick a song and they do karaoke. So on his account, he says he turns rides into sing-along parties that pickups with personality, good vibes, and better playlists. That's on his bio, okay? So his breakout moment was this song, Gonna Make You Sweat. If you know that song, everybody dance now. 17 million views. Yeah, wait a minute, Chris, are you arguing against yourself now? Isn't that viral? It is viral as a byproduct of him being fully aligned with who he is. You all understand this? It's not like I think he woke up one day, or maybe he did. Brandon's gonna break the door. I helped him. I coached him. What are you talking about? It could be. It's dangerous. I know. I'm gonna roll the dice and hope it's not. Okay? But I love this thing because he's giving so freely. The amount of money he makes from an Uber fare is nothing compared to the amount of money that we support him with our views, and then therefore the platforms give him money. Thousands of dollars versus hundreds of dollars or tens of dollars. Yes? Pretty cool. Yes? Okay. Next one is a guy named Spencer B. SB Mowing. Do you guys know Spencer? Yeah, you know everybody. You guys are really good. You're in the social media track. I understand. You got it. Okay. I'm not sure about all these facts, but he has millions of followers. He was a Kansas State computer science grad, and after working his miserable job for 2 to 3 years, he quit. And what he does, he goes in and helps old people who can't afford lawn service with really nasty lawns to do the work for free. And at first, they're a little skeptical, like, what, free? What do you mean? No strings attached? No strings attached. Remember, the gift-giving economy, no expectations. So he does this, and one of the videos get 100 million views. That's a lot of money by doing good in the world. I think I'm in the right place to share this message with you. And the reaction, sometimes it's like, even a man like me might tear up a little bit. Or maybe it got dusty in the room because it's like, oh my God, I can see my lawn again. This is pretty cool. Number 3 is a guy named Devin Rodriguez. Do you guys know Devin? He is the most followed visual artist on TikTok. I saw Devin speak at Adobe Max. Pretty incredible story. He went to prison, or he was arrested for, he didn't go to prison, he was arrested for graffiti at 13. He was rejected from art school, and now he's the most followed visual artist. And some of his achievements is he's gotten to meet Oprah and Mel Robbins and Joe Biden drawing. That's pretty cool. And his breakout moment, as he explained, was he was sitting on the subway, and he met this person who had the craziest tattoos and piercings, like tongue split and the whole bit, somebody who's usually misunderstood, and he draws this person, and he decides to have a conversation. It takes a little bit of time to draw. So he infuses art with wanting to get to know people. That's pretty cool. Okay, one last one. Do you guys know this person, Chochu Tufan? You must know this person. When I ran into this, kind of like, what is this guy doing? He must be or something. I don't know. He's explosive. He's banging things, right? Same story over and over again. He's just helping people. And the success that he gets from doing this, I believe this is what he would be doing if he wasn't doing this, okay? So I'm going to ask you this really quick question. I'm a little bit over time. I'll get off stage, I promise y'all. Vision, is it okay? Okay, yes, I love the double thumbs up. I love that, okay. So I'm going to ask you this quick question. How might Simona participate in the giving economy? Some ideas. Online, please type it in. We'll check later. Make haircuts in the car. Yes. Here's what I told her. Have you ever thought about driving like in a van to do coloring? She goes, yeah, but it's a long drive. I'm like, no. Here's what I think you need to do. You need to go into ethnic communities and talk to them, and all of a sudden you speak Arabic or Farsi or whatever it is, and they're like, wow, and you film that whole thing. Yeah, it's a $300 color job, but it's a $3,000 giving act, and it's really cool to see that. So eventually you can do this where you charge nothing, and you just go to find really interesting people who are transforming the process when they see themselves differently. Isn't that wonderful? I don't know if she's going to do this, but it's my wish for her. It's also my wish for all of you. Okay, remember how I said before, like branding is about building trust at scale? Building trust at scale. I want to just introduce you really quickly to this idea. It's Francis Frey and Ann Morris wrote about this. It's called Beginning with Trust. If you want to have high trust factor, number one, you have to show up authentically as yourself. Are you who you pretend to be online? So we have to close the authenticity gap, stop performing, stop becoming a caricature or an avatar of yourself. Be the real you. Share real opinions and ideas, okay? Number two, it's empathy. It's not empathy the way you think. We need to feel like you care about your audience more than your need to make money. This is really important. So car salespeople, not great. Timeshare salespeople, not great at that. We know what they want. They want to meet their numbers more than they want to take care of us. Yes? Last one is you have to be logical. You have to be able to explain ideas in ways that are easy to follow. So I think the pursuit for you is to become a better educator, to teach people. My saying is this: if you want to reach more people, teach more people. Okay? This is a quote from Alex Ramosi. You cannot wish for both strong character and an easy life. The price of each is the other. You want an easy life, or you want to have strong character? Okay, this is my full circle moment, okay? It looks like I'm like anti-viral and like I don't want to be successful at all. I started a company, a YouTube channel called The Future in 2014. So some quick stats for you. We've made over 2,000 videos, a gazillion hours, over $1 million in revenue, and we've had 24 videos that have had million-plus views. So there's nothing wrong with going viral, okay? That should not be the goal, though. Here's our #1 highest performing video. It has 4.5 million views, and the shorts, 2 short versions, one has 50 million, and the recut of the same video has 44 million. Pretty cool. But the part I want to show to you is this part. Look at the gap between when we released it and when we went viral. We are the classic example of an overnight success story, 10 years in the making. So you remember my friend Jody Cook? It's a series that I do, and the format's called Man on the Street, where I go up to people and ask them, how much do you charge an hour? And do you know who told me to say that? Mr. Brendan Kane told me to say that. Okay, so I'm going to end it with this quote before I get out of here. The person who loves walking will walk further than the person who loves the destination. I want to encourage all of you to just learn to love walking, to take that step and keep taking that step, because one day when you look up, you'll be surprised how far you've come. I'm out of time, everybody. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Come here. Thank you, Chris. Guys, wasn't he incredible, Christo? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love that. That really gave me a perspective switch, and I hope it did for you as well. And I really, really love that message. If you want to, the way to get reach is to teach, and really, really doing that. There was a couple of things he said. We're going to move on, and it's going to tie into our next speaker. But he talked about this idea of gift giving. And what happens when you watch, like so many of you guys were smiling, you loved it, because they built a character for themselves. You trust them. You love watching them. And you go back consistently because of who the person is. And that goes into our next speaker, and Vishen is going to come on in a second. And I was asking him about, this next talk, and he was like, founder marketing. And I'm like, what does this mean, Vishen? And he's like, think about Richard Branson, right? Richard Branson, for 30 years, he is such a strong founder that he could literally put the Virgin name on anything and people will buy it because they trust him. And so it doesn't matter if you're somebody like Vishen, right, that has 250 employees, or you're one of one. When you learn that you can be the founder and you can use founder marketing, as Vishen was saying, with AI now, people are going to be able to create so many businesses so fast. So once you learn how to get people to really know you, like you, and trust you, and you build that authority with them, then you'll be able to release and create and do so many things. And from there, that founder marketing is going to open so many doors for you. So to talk more on this, somebody that has mastered this is an absolute expert, and we see it in so many ways. Please, everybody, welcome to the stage, Vishen Lakhiani. Go V!
Don't tell anyone about that night we had. That was between you and me, baby. So, welcome everyone. Today we're going to talk about a concept called founder branding. 2026 is going to be an interesting year. If you're paying attention to what's happening in AI, 2 years ago, AI replaced the copywriter, and anyone could now write copy, could create marketing. In 2026, AI is replacing the programmer. Now, this is going to be a huge revolution because it's going to mean that anybody will be able to create code. Right now, in my spare time, I'm building 4 different applications. My main company employs 80 UX designers, programmers, but on my own, with tools like Claude Code and Cursor, I'm building applications lightning fast, 50 times faster than having a team of programmers. All of you are going to be able to do this within months as well. And then, before the end of the year, you're going to be able to speak to your AI and talk about any type of app that you want to get on the Apple Store, and you'll be able to get it out. You'll then be able to speak to your AI and talk about how to market this app, and you will be able to get it out. And what this means is the time and the complexity it takes to create a business just got shortened by 99%. And by the way, I'm not kidding on that. I'm not saying 95%. I'm not saying 98%. 99% by the end of the year. Right now, it's been shortened by 60 to 70%. I know this because I own multiple businesses. I employ 230 people. And increasingly, the complexity is disappearing. I speak to my AI right now. All my businesses, the central brain is an AI. This is going to be true for all of you. Everyone is therefore going to be a serial entrepreneur. All of you will be able to have not one app, but 2 or 3 or 4. Now, when this happens, there's a new problem that's going to emerge. And the new problem is there's going to be so much variety. How do customers know what to buy? Now, here's the really interesting thing. Customers are not going to buy based on features. They are not going to buy based on the brand value or the aesthetics of your app. They're going to buy based on what human beings say, because AI will be all over the place. It will be like background noise. So if you trust the founder, if you trust the values of the founder, you will buy their product. People buy Mr. Beast chocolates because they love Mr. Beast. If you have trust in the founder, the product becomes inevitable. Now, there was a man 40 years ago who nailed this before social media. He used classic PR. His name was Richard Branson. Today, Branson employs 50,000 people through his Virgin brand of companies. He can launch companies in mobile phones. Recently, he launched a train service across the UK and France. People buy it because of that founder brand. And so the edge in 2026 is going to be, can you develop trust? Can you get people to trust you as a founder, to like you, to share your values? Because then, that is going to be the key to entrepreneurship. You can wake up on a Sunday and decide, you know, I think I want to create a really good app to help vegans decide what restaurants to explore. You'll be able to build that app in 48 hours. But can you get people to buy it? Yes, if you have that trust. And so there is going to be a race in the next 1 year for founders to stake their claim. This is a land rush. It's like being in Dubai 30 years ago when you can still buy beachfront property. So, are you ready for this? Now, what I'm going to talk about in this presentation is 6 ideas to help you get there. My background, so I'm the founder of a company. I scaled my company to 140 million in revenue with 0 VC funding using not just social media, but really effective webinars. If you heard of the phrase masterclass, I invented that format way back in 2008. So, I invented the masterclass format in 2008. Since then, I've sold close to $500 million, $500 million worth of educational products through masterclasses. And so, what I look for are patterns that work. A replicable pattern, and then you repeat the pattern. So I've been running my company now for 22 years, still no investors, because we don't need them. Because I can use my leverage, my audience, to drive traffic to my products. Now, what I want to share are some of the things I learned, and some of the things which I'm rapidly unlearning. because the world is changing. So we're going to cover 6 interesting topics, and we're going to start with this idea called the visibility wound. I spoke about this yesterday. It was the first presentation. Were you guys here for that? Okay. Now, those of you, the audience at the back, the Zoom audience, could somebody just help me, somebody from my team just help me get Zoom set up on this laptop so I can see the chat? Thank you. Chiling or Jaydeep, if you could just come here and set it up. And so yesterday we had 15,000 people watching live. So this room is nice, but I'm also going to talk to the 15,000 people who are joining us live from all across the world. These are the things that you're going to learn. Now, first, I want you to put in the Zoom chat, what type of founder are you? Because some of you may be founders of companies where you're employing hundreds of people. Some of you might be the founder of an agency. Some of you might be a solo practitioner or a coach or a doctor. You are still a founder. If you are running your own business, you are a founder. This talk is specifically for you. Now, if you work in social media for a founder, please take good notes, because your boss, your founder, is going to need to know this, and you could be a valuable asset to them. Okay, so we're going to cover 6 items, but we're going to start with the first one, which is why founders don't step out in the first place. And it has to do with the visibility wound. So I touched on this yesterday. The visibility wound is a subconscious block that many good people have towards being seen. And just a quick recap from what I spoke about. Sometimes it's culture. For example, in many cultures, like in Japanese culture, there are phrases like, if you're a nail, if your nail sticking out, you're going to get hammered down. In my culture, in Malaysia, there are phrases such as, no matter how high a squirrel jumps, it will still fall down to earth. All of these cultural ideas say, don't stand out. Be humble. Good advice. But in the era of social media, it's the wrong advice. You want to stand out with humility. You want to stick out with authenticity, with great products. But so often, this cultural programming makes great founders medical doctors, coaches, healers, inventors, coders step in the shadow. And that's a shame for the world, because the people who are often on social media are the ones who are attention seekers without the qualifications. I'm actually a big fan of some of the policies enacted in countries that say that if you're going to talk about psychology, please at least have studied psychology. If you're going to share medical advice, please be a doctor. I'm a big fan of that, because very often the people with the loudest voices are the most unqualified. What we want are for those of you who are qualified to shed the shackles of visibility wounds, which means your fear of stepping out, because your voice is needed in the world. So, what are visibility wounds? How many of you here can relate to any of these? Now, I want you to put in the chat 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, like, who am I to share this? Is that the big question? Or is it, what will people think of me if I do this? Will they think I'm attention seeking? Will they think I just want to be famous? Am I an expert enough? This is often called imposter syndrome. Or this one, I'm really into yoga, or I'm really into meditation, or I'm really into energy healing. Will people judge me? I had that, because I quit Silicon Valley 22 years ago to build a website selling meditation CDs. And I used a fake name, because my friends were all, I graduated from a prestigious school, computer science. My friends were all doctors, programmers, engineers. And I thought, my God, they are all going to judge me for selling meditation CDs. And they all did. But today I'm richer than all of them. So I don't give a damn. So are you afraid of this judgment? Now, also, guys, could I just get my slides over here, because I don't know where I am anymore? Okay. So I got out of my visibility wound because, and I shared the story yesterday, I was interviewing Jay Shetty, actually. This was 2017. Before that, I was not really on social media. So I was organizing an event, and I invited top social media people to come and speak. This was very early, Sardinia 2017. And the reason I did that is because I wanted to learn. And I went up to Jay, and I told Jay, listen, You have such a great following, but it's too late for me. I'm 44. I don't have your posh British accent. I don't have your great hair. I don't have your amazing style. And Jay basically said, Vishen, it's all BS. Just start. And as you start, bit by bit by bit by bit by bit, you will learn. Now, Jay didn't really say BS. He's a monk, so he doesn't use language like that. That's my language. He used more polite words. And then, if I can share something really personal, I asked him, what's the secret of your hair? Okay, and he told me, because he had amazing hair. Now it kind of falls over, but it has to do with his blow-drying technique. Okay, so Jay isn't watching, so I'm just going to share this. I visited him in his house, and he showed me how to blow-dry your hair. I'd never used a blow-dryer before. So apparently, if you want the parting this way, you get your hair wet, you put it on warm, and you comb it this way. It's counterintuitive. Then you move the blow dryer to the other direction. You put it on cold, you move it this way. That's the secret. And now my hair is almost as high as Jay Shetty. In fact, we measured. I was 1 centimeter longer, which shows that men love to compare sizes. But that was actually it. I kid you not. All right, now, at that point, I used Instagram basically as a gratitude board. 1 week after that conversation with Jay, I posted my first picture for the world. And since then, my Instagram started growing. But you know what? As my Instagram started growing, as my YouTube started growing, because before that, I was only focused on my company Instagram. As my founder Instagram started growing, my company revenue started going up. Because now when I was the face of the company, people would recognize me. When I was active on Instagram, our ad costs would go down massively. Our revenue would go up. If I was not active on Instagram, if I was not posting, and I was focused on the company account, advertising costs were higher. Revenue was lower. What did we learn from this? It's that the founder must be visible. Today, I've completely flipped it. I've told my team the most important account is no longer the Mindvalley account, it's the Vishen Lakhiani account. That's not ego. That is common sense, because the founder account gets 3 times the engagement. That's what we're seeing. You're probably going to see the same. So if you're one of those founders who thinks you're being humble and you're focused on your product account or your company account, I want to tell you, you could be making a big mistake. Start building your own account, not your company account. Your main focus needs to be in your own account. And these founders will likely agree. Richard Branson, hundreds of companies, 50,000 employees. His brand is what allows him to drive people all across his ecosystem. Same with Mark Zuckerberg. Same with Elon Musk. Elon Musk's account gets way more engagement than Tesla or SpaceX or any of his companies. Through his account, he's able to shape global policy for right or for wrong. So, what are you going to learn today? So I touched on the visibility wound. I mentioned why it's so important for us to step out from this wounding. Now we want to talk about part 2, the founder media ecosystem. Okay, now that ecosystem looks like this. Don't build a product. Build a movement first. Build bigger than yourself. These are words a great mentor told me. I was on stage at a Mindvalley event in Amsterdam this summer, and I spoke about this idea. If you're a founder, think, what is the larger reason I do what I do? And speak about that reason. That's called movement building. So there was a student in the audience, her name is Nora Kabani. Okay, so Nora won Web Summit Female Founder of the Year in Europe, very successful. Her company is a children's gut microbiome testing company. So Nora was taking notes, and she decided to test this idea, and she told me the story later. So she was at an investor pitch in London, where startups come up and they get on stage and everyone goes up, they talk about their product, but Nora remembered what I said. Talk about the mission. Talk about your passion as a founder first, product second. So just before going on stage, she decided to change her entire script, and her team flipped out. They're like, Nora, you cannot do this. She says, let me just try. She got on stage, and she pivoted. 15 minutes before her pitch, she stopped talking about gut microbiome technology for testing, Instead, she said, I'm building a movement around healthy guts for kids. I want to help parents, especially moms, understand that the food they feed their children can impact the children's gut. She spoke about how she suffered from skin disease for a really long time until she fixed her gut. She didn't speak about the product. She spoke about the movement. And she spoke about her story as a founder and how she suffered and she built this idea to heal herself. Now, this is what happened. In 1 week, her website got more traffic than the prior 3 months. Sales skyrocketed. She had to put up a picture of herself packing boxes at 11 p.m. She said after she got off stage, every journalist came up to her and said, how can I contribute? Because every journalist was also a parent. Nobody cared about the product. They cared about the movement. Through the movement, they wanted to know about the product. Do you see the pivot? Talk about your movement first. So if you're a founder and you're going online, you don't talk about the features of your product. You talk about why you built it in the first place. What is that value, that ethos, that backstory that led you to create the product? That's a founding story. And that founding story is gold. My founding story is how I was depressed in Silicon Valley. I was failing in my career. I took a meditation class. It shifted me. I spoke about what happened after that. I got promoted 3 times in 4 months. I've told this story in multiple books, multiple podcasts. Same story. It lands every time. Stories, by the way, are 22 times more likely to be remembered than facts. So if you nail the story, you have a 22x impact on your audience. So, after you nail the story, what does the founder media ecosystem looks like? So one of our speakers yesterday, Sabrina Stocker, shared with me this model. There are 4 different channels that you can work with. Each channel has its own slight way of sharing. YouTube is the classroom. So YouTube is where you educate. So on YouTube, I might create videos on spiritual wellness, the psychology of meditation, how meditation increases telomere length, very academic, 30 minutes to 1 hour. Then you have LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the boardroom. LinkedIn is where you have respectable, professional discussions with other people who care. So on LinkedIn, I might talk about the impact of meditation on work performance. I might also share my stories as a CEO or a founder, not bragging, but in LinkedIn vulnerability works. For example, I remember a day I was really stressed out. This happened and this happened and this happened. I found that taking L-theanine supplements after lunch helped me calm down. Anyone else experience this? That's a type of LinkedIn story. Then there's Instagram. Instagram, bit of entertainment. Instagram is really interesting. This is why podcast snippets do so well. You kind of feel that you're leaning into someone else's conversation. People are not necessarily there to learn. They're there to be educated and entertained. So you combined both. Instagram is like how you talk about your product at a fun party. At a fun party, you wouldn't go into a lecture. You talk about it with a bit of humor, with a bit of passion, but also in an entertaining lens. You want to be interesting. Then there's the newsletter. This is my favorite. My newsletter is 2.5 million people. A lot of the 15,000 people who are watching us live come from this newsletter. The newsletter is your own domain. That's where people deeply connect with you. On my newsletter, 3 or 4 times a week, we talk about Mind Valley products. 1 day a week, I get to talk about anything I want. Anything. And so, I spoke about Gaza. I spoke about my disappointment with American foreign policy. These have nothing to do with my company. I spoke about why I believe the world is going down a dark place right now with modern geopolitics and what we need to do. Nothing, absolutely nothing to do with my product. My advisors told me, Vishen, what are you doing? You're being political. I said, listen, it's my newsletter. People want to know what's in my mind. This is what's on my mind. In 1 year, revenue from the newsletter went up 44%. 44%. Why? Because in newsletters, people want to know the real you. And yes, you will turn off people When I landed in the USA, I got greeted by the FBI because I wrote an open letter to Donald Trump on why he should stop taking APAC money and provide aid to Gaza. So yeah, the FBI greeted me. I turned that into a social media video, 2 million views. So that was awesome. On your newsletter, on email, that's one of my favorite mediums. It's not touched upon much at 1BFS, but trust me on this one, that is where you can have your greatest monetization. So do have an email list. Okay, now we come to the 2-camera technique. Simple way for lazy people to make an impact, okay? So you film direct to camera for YouTube. I always have a side camera filming it side angle, and I use that for Instagram so it looks like I'm on a podcast. A lot of people do this. So you get the side angle from a podcast as if you are on some amazing news show. You get the front angle for YouTube. It's not laziness, well, it is laziness, but it's brilliant laziness, the way we should celebrate. Now, which platform do you start with? Start with the platform you actually use. If you love reading newsletters, start with email. You love Instagram, use Instagram. I pretty much just use Instagram. Then I have a team repurpose it for Meta and for TikTok and other channels. There are channels that I absolutely dislike. I don't go there. My team does it for me. You separate what you do and what your team does. Your job should be to communicate. Your team worries about the clicks and the posting. So this is a really quick way to get started. Ask yourself, what is my favorite platform? If you're a reader like me, it might be email. Maybe it's TikTok if you're under 28. Pick that platform that you use most, make that your primary platform. And then you can have a team repurpose it. Now, there's one more thing happening in the world today that's really worth talking about, and it's called AI identity. So this has to do with vector science and AEO, how AI decides you exist. Recently, we were looking at our traffic logs for our websites, and we were shocked. 30% of our traffic was non-human. It was AI going through our website and updating itself. The web is dying. The web that we know is dying. People don't Google you anymore. They research you on Claude or OpenAI. Does AI know you exist? There's an easy way to find out. Ask AI. Get on AI and ask AI. Tell me about insert your name. Okay, this is called AEO, AI Engine Optimization. It's not about are you on Google, it's does AI know you exist? So one of the most important things you need to do is make sure that information on yourself is out there on the web. Now, and by the way, you can be a huge political figure, and AI may still not have the right information on you. I just got off the main stage where I was interviewing Her Excellency Minister Reem, the Emirati Minister of State. And we used AI to identify information on her, and the AI got things wrong. She's the daughter of a helicopter pilot. The AI said she's the daughter of another minister. She became a minister at 27. The AI said she became a minister at 30. Why? I asked her, where do you think it got this from? And she says, you know, I need to improve my website. It was not on her website. So how do you make sure that the AI gets what you need? Here's the issue that many people have. Founders should always have a founder website. Not just a website for your product, but a founder website. Now, the mistake founders make is they get obsessed by the colors, by the photos, by the look. No one is going to see your founder website, guys. It's AI that's going to read it. So your founder website could be pure text, no images. That's okay. Now, how do you create a founder website? You use AI to create a website for AI. So here's a simple exercise. When you get a chance, and I want you to put this on your calendar for this week, I want you to open up your memo app on Android or iPhone, drink coffee or tea or kombucha or whatever it is that you guys drink in the morning, if you're in Ireland, a glass of Guinness, and start recording things about your life that you want people to know, okay? My mom was this. My dad was this. I'm really passionate about this. Just record, 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 record. Don't stop speaking for 30 minutes. You're going to take this and you're going to feed it into ChatGPT. And you're going to ask ChatGPT, take all of this information and create an AEO-friendly website with a summary of who I am, and then AEO-based questions. So what is AEO? You've heard of SEO. SEO is not as important anymore. AEO is the same thing, but it's artificial intelligence engine optimization. Now, the AI will go through that, and the AI will say, okay, some people may be wondering, are you married? Here's a response. Some people may be wondering, what year did you start? Here's a response. You will be surprised at what people are searching about you. So, you want to get this all on a website. Now, the website, hire the cheapest web developer you can find because no one's going to see it. It's AI, and AI isn't going to be judging you for the colors. AI isn't going to go, my God, green and orange? That is so Indian. I do not like this. AI is basically just going to scrape the text and educate itself. So this is how people learn about you. Okay, so this is what vector science looks like. So AI works through word association. So you identify keywords. What do you want to be associated with? Now, here's the other thing. If your product, okay, is blood tests for longevity, make sure you use that word. If your product is a new type of children's shoe for baby yoga, make sure you use that word, because the AI is now going to connect your website, your founder website, to people who are searching for those keywords. So in my case, I would talk about Silva method, alpha level programming, mental programming, subconscious programming. Use all of that. Your website would basically, and then what ChatGPT will do is it'll create these drop-down boxes where you have a list of questions. Ask it to come up with 50 questions. You click, the questions open. You click, the questions open. So it doesn't make you feel like, you're talking all about yourself. It's a list of 50 questions that open up like accordion boxes. But that is what the AI is going to be using to research you. And congratulations, now you will actually be discoverable on ChatGPT. Now this brings us to part 3, your personal brand operating system. Okay? So, when you're doing the recording, these are some things I suggest you say. These are your first 5 interview questions, but feel free to add your own. Take a photo of this. Your personal story, your online identity. I'm found on Instagram here. This is my LinkedIn, because the AI is going to make connections. Your role models. Who inspired you? Who do you look up to? Your boundaries. What will you not share? So actually tell the AI this. Listen. Do not say this about me. Your vision and goals. Top 3 goals for the next 12 months. What are 3 things that you're working on? 12 months, 5 years, whatever matters to you. Okay? So now we've covered the first 3. We come to 4, the bloodhound model. Now 4 is really fascinating. 4 is for those of you who are not a founder yet, or for a founder who's just starting out and is still to build credibility. So I want to share something bizarre. The idea that you need to be an expert to make money in a field is not correct. In fact, it's not been correct for the last 20 years. Very often, the amateur in the field can make more money than the expert because of social media. And this has to do with a human concept of resonance. So let me explain. Any movie fans here? And the rest of you just don't watch movies? Like, what is this? Okay, so the bloodhound technique. This is a technique I developed in 2008 before I started my main company, Mindvalley. Back then, I ran a blog called Finer Minds. And the problem with blogs is this. All your friends thought you were a loser, and you couldn't make any money from it, except for Google AdSense, right? But I was able to generate close to $1 million on my blog in about 18 months. $1 million from a blog. This was, remember, 2008. And I want to show you this simple model that I discovered. Now, what worked in the blog in 2008, by the way, will work on Instagram right now. And by the way, I was doing this from Malaysia, from Kuala Lumpur. Anyone from Kuala Lumpur in the chat? So the idea is based on this. Firstly, do you have a niche that you're really passionate about? So back then, I was really into this bizarre niche. Don't judge me, but it was a bizarre niche called remote viewing. And remote viewing is a form of training where you go into deep altered states of meditation and you transmit your consciousness across time and space. The CIA was using it to train psychic spies, and there was a lot of research on it at the Stanford Research Institute. Now, I know some of you are judging me. Well, screw you. Like, I bet you have weird stuff that you're into as well. But this is what I was into, and I loved reading about it. And so I decided to create a blog about it. Now, all I would do in the blog is, and by the way, the CIA officially admitted this in 2021. It was all over the news, okay? So this was a real thing. So I created a blog on it, and in the blog, okay, I could be one, there were maybe like 10 top teachers who had worked in the initial CIA programs at Stanford Research Institute and now had written books and had courses. I was not one of them. They were the Spielbergs of the industry, the talented movie makers. I was a critic. I would read about their work, read their books, study their courses, and I would go, this guy, really boring. This guy, wow, his technique really works. This guy, I don't know, he just feels like he rambles. But this guy, whoa, this is really interesting. I was never mean, but I was helpful. Now, people started following my blog because they were interested in it. And in fact, they started following my blog more than they followed the experts. Because all the experts were saying, I'm the best. I'm the best. But what I was doing is I was one of the people, resonance. I was one of the other fanboys in this field. And I was just sharing what I thought honestly. And before I knew it, people started flocking to my blog, and I built an audience. So I thought, okay, now how can I monetize the audience? I don't want a blog visitor to just come. So again, same trick applies now to Instagram. I created a sign-up box, and I asked people to sign up to join my email list. And I said this, when you sign up to join my email list, I'm going to write a quick mini guide on this topic. You will get the mini guide. Now, here's the weird thing. I said mini guide on remote viewing coming soon. The sign-up rate on the blog for that was 70%. It turns out that people sign up more when something is coming soon than when something actually exists. It's weird, because I tested it. I was puzzled. I said, sign up to get the mini guide. 40% sign-up rate. Sign up to get the mini guide that is coming soon. I don't know when. It's just coming. Someday, maybe. 70% sign-up rate. Okay? So now I had a list. And this list was 70,000 people. Now I had the blog and I had the list. Now the experts came to me. They're like, could you interview me for your blog? So I said, sure. I'll interview you for the blog. I'll drive people to the interview. You get to sell your product, but I want 50% as an affiliate. Anyone will give you 50% as an affiliate. And before I knew it, I had interviewed every expert, and in 18 months I made $930,000, which is a really good sum of money in Malaysia. That's how I got early funding for my company. So I call this the bloodhound model. And it's you guys know what a bloodhound dog is, right? A bloodhound dog is a dog that sniffs out, because that's what you're doing. You're helping people find the way. So you set up a site or Instagram, content as the critic. Here's an amazing article I found. Here's something I disagree with. But you're not writing as the expert in your field. You're writing about the experts. 3, you get leads. 4, you build a relationship. You send an email every 3 to 4 days with your new post, your new Instagram video. 5, you monetize. Now, I can tell you this, no matter how weird or kinky your little interest is, there are freaks like you who care about the same thing and will sign up. So go and seek out your fellow freaks and weirdos. Okay, now this brings us to AI creation. So I didn't have this back then, but today I do. And so now creating content is faster than ever because of AI. If I had AI back then, I wouldn't have had one blog. I would have probably had 5 or 6. All of you can now, have one Instagram and have AI helping you with the content. And remember, helping you, not doing it for you. There's a difference. I'm going to show you. Or you can run multiple channels in multiple areas you're into. So this is how AI-powered creation works. So I actually script really good videos now in about 20 to 30 minutes. And then it takes me maybe another 30 minutes to record. Many of my videos, I turn into, so once the video works on social media, I turn it into an ad. We put money behind the ad, and if it works on social media, the ad is typically going to work as well. So I actually want to show you a video that was created in 20 minutes. We put it on social media. It got a ton of leads for this stage. We put it up as an ad. It was a highest performing ad. It beat all the professional ads that we spent days creating, and it helped us get 125,000 signups for the Mind Valley stage here. So that's why there are 15,000 people watching live, and we have 125,000 signups. I want to show you the video. They don't want you to know this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. On the internet, there's a secret society of people who are actually making money with social media. Not just likes, not just comments that say, OMG, you're so inspiring. Actual money. And these are the secrets that they don't want you to know. My name is Vishen Lakhiani, and I'm the founder of Mind Valley. It's been brought to my attention that Mind Valley will be hosting a social media summit very soon. It's a free event with many of the greatest minds in social media sharing secrets that have been hidden for generations. And that doesn't sound right. Social media was invented like in what, 2008? Too dramatic, guys. Now, what I want to do is give you a couple of ideas of what you're going to learn at this event. Ever felt like the algorithm is like a toxic ex? One day it's so obsessed with you, the next day it's ghosting you. We're about to expose that algorithm like a dirty reality TV star. You'll learn the Go Viral formula. Do you know a potato once went viral on social media? A potato. Now, if a root vegetable could get millions of views, you can too. You learn how to make stories so addictive that Netflix gets jealous. There's a whole science to this. If you're still starting your social media reels with, hey guys, so nice to be, no, you are wasting people's life. What I need you to do is to understand the art of storytelling. And any entrepreneur can learn this. You are going to learn monetization. And finally, how to build a brand so powerful that your ex will regret everything. This is where we turn you from a random person on the internet to someone worth following, to someone with an audience. The Social Media Summit is happening from March 28th to March 30th, Friday to Sunday. 4 hours a day, sign up and you're able to access this completely free. I'll see you there. Introducing the Mind Valley Social Media Summit 2025. 3 days, 6 world-class experts, and a zero bullshit guide to turning your social media from a ghost town. So you see how it works? So that ad, okay, now, here's the thing. I want to show you how to create humor ads. Humor ads right now work really well because the world is so dramatically bad right now. Sometimes people just want to laugh. So what we do is we give it, I work with ChatGPT. I tell ChatGPT, give me a listicle style ad script. Make it funny. Here are 5 things about Social Media Summit. We're going to talk about viral algorithms. We're going to talk about storytelling. Give me a funny example to make a point about each. ChatGPT gives me 5. I go back in and I say, okay, make it weirder. Let's take 1, 4, 5. Give me something new for 2. Give me something new for 3. Make it weirder. And I just prompt for 10 minutes and I end up with that script. So I wish I could say I came up with all of the jokes. I only came up with the first thing where I take off my hoodie. The rest was just my buddy ChatGPT, okay? You can do this. Now, at the same time, there is another way I come up with funny ads, and I want to show you another one. So we were doing another event. This ad beat all of the advertising. And I want to show you, this ad was done, low budget. I taught myself how to use CapCut that day. It beat all of the big fancy production ads. This one was not done with ChatGPT. It was done with me drinking wine first thing in the morning. This is Vishen, and something big is happening in Mind Valley, February 8 and 9. It is the Best of Mind Valley Awards. We put so much money into this that we had no money left for any sort of advertising or filming. The awards were at the next level, which is why I'm filming this video at our family farm here with sheep and manure. Also, if the video's a little bit shaky, it's because that's my daughter Eve, and this is her first big video project. Eve, turn the camera around and show the Mind Valley audience your sweet angelic face. Great. Angelic face, Eve, not that devilish smile. So February 8 and 9, Eve, straight. Yes. February 8 or 9, what we're doing is all the winners of the Mind Valley Awards are coming live on a 2-day Mind Valley Best of Summit. You're going to hear from incredible names like Paul McKenna, Marissa Peer, Marie Diamond, all of these legendary teachers, plus a lot of new discoveries, a lot of new teachers. And they're each going to deliver an incredible talk in 30 minutes. Say hi again.
Hi.
I just want you guys to know there's no financial exchange between me and Eve here. I'm not using child labor, which is illegal here in Estonia. I'm basically of Indian origin, so I'm using guilt. I'm using guilt to get my kids to do things that I need them to do. Eve, you know how much I'm sacrificing to teach you college? Okay. But I feel so unloved sometimes when you don't greet me in the morning. Mind Valley Awards Gala with this big, massive event held in Dubai to award the best teachers in Mind Valley, the best speeches, the best talks, the best meditations, the best ideas. And when we rebroadcast this on February 8 and 9, we're bringing in all of these incredible teachers that you guys recognize to share their biggest ideas for 2025 with you. That's why you want to sign up and tell your friends about it, especially, your whiny friends. We all have those, the ones that are sometimes so annoying to be around because they can't stop complaining. Bring them, invite them, because maybe this might help. This is Shirley the sheep, and that's her judgy face. That's the face she gives you when she's judging you. Shirley is judging you for not signing up immediately. That is a pile of manure? So as I stand here with a giant pile of manure behind me, show the shit, Eve, the manure. So as I stand here with this giant pile of manure behind me, I want you to know that the Mind Valley Summit and the Gala Awards that you're going to witness this Feb 8 and 9 live on Zoom is at the next level. We are bringing in world-class performers. This was built in an iconic venue, the most incredible speakers, and it's all going to be free for our Mind Valley community. Also, if you're a Mind Valley member, there's a big announcement. We have just signed the rights to bring one of the greatest transformative programs in the world into your Mind Valley membership completely at no cost to you. Just go below this video to find the link to sign up for the summit, or go to mindvalley.com/sub. And you get the idea, right? So I want to explain 2 points over there. Number one, that was my first day ever learning to use CapCut. I filmed that myself, and I edited it myself. Any one of you founders can learn to do this. Editing tools have become really easy. Notice there's no fancy camera. It's just down in an iPhone. No fancy mics. I didn't have that. That's why the sound goes on and off. Nobody cares. The other thing is this. If you're a founder, you must be real. You must be humble. Now, this was to show the rebroadcast of the Mind Valley Awards. It took place in the Dubai Dome. Huge, glamorous event. We had entertainers from around the world. We had Stephen Bartlett, Jay Shetty. But if I show that, and that's what the advertising team created, it makes us look unrelatable. So I wanted to just show myself as a dad, as a father on a farm, okay, with sheep poop behind me, because that's real. So if you're a founder, you don't need to overdo it. Be real. Like, show yourself in your pajamas, show yourself without makeup, show yourself with messy hair. Show your kids if you feel safe doing that. The realness matters. Okay? And that is a very important lesson in founder branding. Now, one of the things we do is we create intelligences. These are called Claude skills or Claude intelligences. They are part of our social media mastery program, but we create these intelligent AI instruction sets that help us with the videos. You can hire engineers to help you do this as well. This is not the instruction set. So if you're photographing this, thinking if I stick this, no, I'm just showing you the library of what we do. And there you have it. We've covered why founders hide and why it's important to step out. The founder media ecosystem. We spoke about the importance of AI being able to find you. We spoke about the bloodhound model. If you're not a founder, and you just want to get started, you can still make money with this. We spoke about AI creation, how to script in 30 minutes. I showed you that you can create great videos, high-performing ads on your own. You can learn to teach yourself how to edit using CapCut. Now, one final piece, the content flywheel, okay? How does all of this come together? So it may sound overwhelming because there are so many engines that you can push on. there's basically a process. Now, this is my process. I start with my newsletter because I'm a writer. So I write well. I start with my newsletter. I stick the newsletter into AI, and I have AI create the LinkedIn post. But it's real. AI isn't making stuff up. It's coming from a long-form newsletter. It's my real story, my real identity, my real vulnerability. And then I may go and I may adjust it. Now, from the LinkedIn post, I may work with a team that's trained on YouTube, and we create a YouTube script that could be 30 minutes long. This takes a little bit long. It's AI, but it's also human beings coming in, directing me. I may, from the YouTube video, send that to my team. My team creates clips that go on Instagram and TikTok. And then after that, I might have a reflection. I might have, from the feedback, from the comments, I might do a reflection, send a new newsletter to address content and feelings that people are having. Every email I send out generates $56,000 in sales of my own programs and products. That's our measure. Every time I send an email, $56,000 in sales. When you have a loyal following, this is what happens. We're not even selling. We actually don't sell in the email. We invite people to free events like this. We give away free content, but the trust works. When I started using this process this past year, we actually saw that our email revenue per email, went up 44%. So the lesson here is, you can start with Instagram, you can start with email. Again, email is just my platform, but the science matters. Now, as a founder, there are different archetypes that you can use. There are different types of founder archetypes. Yesterday, I played a video of my first video. So this is me when I first started 10 years ago. I was so ashamed to be on social media. I felt so much guilt, so much imposter syndrome, that if I saw something interesting in the world, rather than speak to the world, I would just talk to my son. And then, so I would create the video I was speaking to my son and post that on Facebook. So this is me. I was, exploring Silicon Valley, and I come across Steve Jobs' house. And I want to do a little video to show my son Steve Jobs' house. Actually, I want to share it with the world, but I was too embarrassed to say, hey guys, check this out, because I was afraid of the tiniest negative comment. So observe what I do from a position of weakness. Hey Hayden, check it out. I wanted to show you something. So I was in a meeting nearby, and right here, this is Steve Jobs' house. Of course, you know Steve. He invented the iPhone, the iPod, the Mac, pretty much all that stuff you play your games on. So I thought I'd just show you a quick video of what this house looks like. You can see it's really beautiful. It looks like something from a fairy tale. A lot of people come here. And okay, we're going to stop, okay? We're going to stop, and I'm going to come to a different video. Now, that first video, notice what's happening. I'm starting with, hey, Hayden, rather than, hey, world. Why? Because that way, if anybody puts the slightest negative comment, I can go, well, I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to my son. That was the visibility wound in action. So I've been there, guys. Those of you who are feeling it, I have felt it with you. The reason I reach, and then you'll notice I keep looking down, because in my mind I'm going, you don't deserve to be on camera. So I keep looking down. Did you guys notice that? Did you guys notice I went to my friend who was holding the iPhone and I grabbed it from him? Because I'm thinking I shouldn't be in the video. 3 different signs of that shared discomfort. So I had to fight this thing in myself too, for me to step up and feel like I could step in front of a camera. So if you're feeling shy, if you're feeling that you don't deserve it, it's all real. I get you. I've been there. These are not like stupid feelings. But it is your job to overcome that. And when you do, that's when you are really going to step into your true potential as a founder. So it is so important that you overcome that. We spoke about this yesterday. So hopefully, if you guys really feel that, you felt it yesterday. Now, I want to show you what happened. This is 10 years later. Now I can launch any product. So I just launched a supplement company. I can launch any product, and I can do the hardest form of video, which is humor and slapstick. And do you guys want to see something really funny? Okay. So now I just enjoy creating these videos, but I like doing it with humor. I like not, so you notice my shirt is like all ruffled up. I don't care about style or anything. Just want to be funny and real. But this is what happens when you heal that visibility wound and you step in as a founder. From your identity, you can drive eyeballs to any product. I'm currently working on 4 new companies, and I know I can start multiple companies because AI makes it easy, but my founder identity gives me the audience. Check this out.
This is coffee, and this is why your to-do list looks like a graveyard of broken promises. And this is focus, the pill that turns your brain into, it's somewhere in here, the pill that turns your brain into a weapon of mass production. I know coffee smells good. I know coffee tastes good. But guess what? Coffee keeps you up at night. Coffee gives you the jitters. Coffee can also age your skin. Check this out. This is what we found. As cafes have been booming in New York, guess what else is booming? Botox treatments. This, my friends, is a smoking gun. I used to be as addicted to coffee as you were. But today, I use this. Focus. And you know what? This is Coffee 2.0. It is great for your skin. No jitters. Look how still my hand is. Look how still my hand is. And you get to sleep soundly at night. Focus is made in America, mostly by Americans, with legal immigration visas. We also ship to Canada, Britain, Europe, but we do not ship to Asia. Why? Because Asians are just smarter. They don't frankly need this. We especially do not ship to China, because if we did, China would win the AI race. And we're all about America, baby. Yeehaw. This is Leo, a film editor from Italy. Leo, tell us what happened when you took Focus.
When I took Mindvalley Focus, I think I've accidentally discovered a new color. I call it emotional eggplant. Sei bellissimo. Grazie mille, Focus.
Listen. ADHD, neurospicy, stop collecting symptoms like badges of honor. What if you don't have ADHD? Maybe you can stop blaming your mom for smoking during pregnancy. Maybe you just need the right brain supplement. The first is paraxanthine. Paraxanthine is just like caffeine, but with the 20% of the molecule of coffee that keeps you up at night and gives you jitters sliced out. All the smooth focus and flow and creativity of coffee, none of the side effects. Thank you, modern science. Then we have L-tyrosine. It builds your brain chemicals so you don't flatline during your 4th Zoom call of the day. Then peak ATP. This is like the Tesla charger for your neurons. Pure fuel, zero burnout. Alpha GPC turns your brain from 3 browser tabs open to 37, and you actually remember what each one is for. And L-theanine increases alpha brainwave states. This drops you into flow, so you stop sounding like ChatGPT and start sounding like you actually read books. All our supplements are made by real scientists who went into crushing debt to get their degrees, and now have to work non-stop for a livable wage. They're too educated to quit now. This isn't a real scientist. This is Leo, our film editor, who discovered the new color. Our real scientists are in the USA. We just didn't have the budget to fly them over because we have been focused on making the best supplements for you. So ditch the coffee, ditch the chaos, upgrade your brain, become a frickin' intellectual superweapon.
So we tested out on social media. Humor works so well. This is scripted in ChatGPT in about 40 minutes. Again, ChatGPT has a sense of humor that's really, really, really good. You got to be comfortable being in front of the camera. Then we run it as an ad. And as you run it as an ad, you build up the business. So this is the power when you have that formula, okay? Now, as a founder, there are 4 archetypes you want to be paying attention to. You can be the teacher. You can be the philosopher. You can be the storyteller. You can be the rebel. You can combine archetypes. I've added a 5th archetype, comedian. And so you can combine these archetypes and decide which one you want to specialize in first. The teacher, transformational theory, how to break, teach step by step by step. The philosopher, dropping quotes by Rumi. The storyteller, great storytelling skill with emotion. The rebel, counterculture, okay? Being able to point out stuff that most people do not see. The comedian, humor. I'm actually, next month, I'm signing up for a 5-day stand-up comedy class because I just love doing comedy so much. You can study this. You can sign up for classes on storytelling, classes on educational theory. So you have to train yourself as well. Don't just trust the AI. But if you can master any of these, or 5th one, comedy, and work with AI, you can become so comfortable in front of a camera. Remember this, people don't follow products. They follow energy. What is the energy that you are outputting as a founder? Okay, you can start your playbook this weekend. Pick one platform, publish one long-form piece a week, Creation is easier than ever. Repurpose across ecosystems, the flywheel model I showed you, and create your personal brand OS, that technique I showed you, to do with the voice memo app on your phone. Most importantly, take action. The universe rewards action. Don't sit on this for another month. 2026 is going to be the era of founder branding. It is the most important skill that you can learn if you want to make money, if you want to build a great product, if you want to grow your company. 2026 is the year of founders. So jump on this and carve your plot of land in the social media ecosystem. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vishen.
Thank you.
Guys, Vishen is going to be back out in just a minute. So if you love that, I would suggest to staying. We're just going to give him a break. Isn't he hilarious? Like, I love it so much. He was talking back there yesterday with Marie Marie Forleo, and he's going to come back on. I know some of you guys heard him and Marie talking about this mastery program that's coming, and you guys are going to have the opportunity to learn. Like, if you liked that, if you've liked any of our speakers, it's going to be incredible, and Vishen's going to talk about it. It's a program that you guys can be part of where it is just all of the gems on how to grow and how to be a master at social media. But he was talking to Marie and he was saying, yeah, I'm doing comedy classes. And you can tell, like, he's not just telling you use something, he's embodying it. He's always getting better. And that's why I love and admire him so much. Every time I see him, he's always learning, he's always growing, he's always innovating, and you can see it in the work that he's doing. So his stuff is absolutely... Are you ready, Vish? Okay, he's just going to go right into it. All right, guys, welcome back to the stage.
Hi, guys. Well, so in the final 22 minutes, we have to end on time. In the final 22 minutes, I'm just going to give you a quick idea of our social media mastery 5-month training system, okay? Maybe you've done this before. What we're going to show you is how we turn people into social media experts and how we bring in all of the teachers that were on the Mindvalley stage. This is not about virality, although you might go viral. This is not about likes or increasing your follower counts. This is a methodology to grow your company, get your product out there, generate revenue. So, first I want to ask you guys here, as well as in the chat room, what was your biggest breakthrough? And I can see the comments. What was your biggest breakthrough in the last 2 days? Paste it in the chat. Here's why I asked that question. And I want you to really type in something deep. Don't just say, you know, Brendan Kane's like point number 4. Type in something deep that other people can read and recognize, because this is going to be an act of all of us helping each other remember. So help us remember. What was your biggest breakthrough?
No.
Was it Safwan's YouTube methodology? Was it the Aura framework for LinkedIn? Was it the hook point lesson? Was it something insightful that Chris Do said about branding? Type it in the chat. And I'm going to read out some of the chat comments. Visibility wounding. The concept of showing yourself. Authenticity. The power of authenticity. The concept of AEO. Chris and branding. Be real, authentic, and be there without being worried. Brendan's storytelling framework. The 5 lies of AM and the VB lesson. Why you need to care about your audience more than caring about money. Okay, great. So those are all really amazing ideas. Now, I want to put the last couple of days in perspective. $3,000 per hour is what Brendan Kane charges for consulting. I know this because I was one of his clients. So Brendan Kane, I would hire his company to come and train my social media team. We believe that the combined value of what we have shared with those of you online especially is around $50,000 that we've given out for free. And the reason we want to do this is because we really believe in the quality of our teachers, and we want you to get a glimpse of the quality of the lesson. If you enjoyed the lessons, please put a yes in the comments. Say yes, yes. In fact, say yes in your native language, because we have thousands of people live with us, and we have people from 100+ countries. When I hired Brendan, at that point, I was already on social media. Jay Shetty had helped me remove my visibility wound. I created a Nestle expose video that became the biggest video in my country. And it made me like well-known, like I couldn't walk the streets without being stopped in Malaysia. And that's when I thought, well, I'm doing this for activism, food activism. What if but my Nestle video was a random viral success. How can I engineer that? So I hired Brendan Kane. Within a few months of working with Brendan Kane, this happened. I created a video. It actually isn't 3.5 million views. It's actually 50 million views. I created by accident one of the world's first grocery store videos. You know the grocery store expose videos? I went into a grocery store in Malaysia and I showed all of the lies on packaging by brands like Nestle, Sunkist, Nutella. That video took off. On YouTube, it got 3.5 million views, but then Asians started downloading it and sharing it in WhatsApp groups. And it went so massive that insiders at Sunkist, at Ferrero Rocher, started writing to me saying, yes, thank you for exposing our companies. Our board are meeting on this and they are freaking out. And it actually went so much bigger than I even expected. It made the front page of Reddit, front page of 9gag, over 100 million views. But it was because at that point, I'd figured out through Brendan how to make a story go viral. Now, I wasn't looking for money. I was just pissed off that in my country, Malaysia, we have the highest rate of adult obesity in Asia. We're the fattest country in Asia. And I was pissed off that the Malaysian Nutrition Society, supposedly by the government, was funded by Nestle. And so the advice that was being shared to my fellow countrymen was just false advice, bribery, really. There's no better way to say it. I was pissed off and I wanted to create social change and awareness. But what I learned is process matters. So I didn't have not one, but several successful campaigns against food companies. At that point, I'd known the process. Now, I apply that process to scaling and building businesses. I showed you some of the humor videos, but again, it's a process. If you give me a product now and you ask me to create a video, I can do it in 1 hour because it's a process. I understand the exact prompt. I understand the psychology. And once you know that process, it is power. It's like being able to manifest money on autopilot. But here's the thing. Everybody can learn that process. So, what we shared so far was just the tip of the iceberg. It was just as much as we could share in about 8 hours of training. Here's the uncomfortable truth, okay? How many months have many of you been trying to wing it? Now, the people in the audience, many of you have been trying to wing this for years, maybe. The people here in the room at least are taking a step forward. You flew here to 1BFS, you're here to study, you'll learn. That's amazing. But many people try to wing it on social media. And the more you're trying to wing it and keeping your fingers crossed, that's amateur business logic. Because great entrepreneurs don't wing it. They copy what works. Steve Jobs himself said it. Great entrepreneurs copy, great artists steal. Think about what's happening right now while you're still trying to wing it. If you're a doctor, how many clients are you not getting? Maybe you're a coder, you're building a software, a SaaS. How much revenue are you not making? Maybe you're an activist. There's some change you want to bring to the world. How much impact are you not creating? If you're not on social media right now, you are invisible because people don't shop on Google anymore. They shop on ChatGPT. The world has shifted. And ChatGPT knows you exist when you are on social media. Social media is updating the algorithm. So why this matters now? We're in an age of distraction. Clarity is sacred. Social media is no longer optional. It's a global stage. If you're not expressing your truth, someone else is speaking for you. So it's no longer just about visibility. It's about possibility. What can you make possible for your brand, for your product? If you're not visible, you're not in the conversation. ChatGPT doesn't know you exist. Humans don't know you exist. Your product stays on the shelves. 87% of buying decisions right now start on social media. Google did a study. right? They found that even if you search for something on Google, now the study was pre-ChatGPT, the study was from 2014. Even if you search for something on Google, what the user does is the user doesn't buy immediately, not even from AdWords. The user then goes and does research. Back then the research was on Google, now the research is on AI. The user does research before they buy. I even research decaf coffee that I buy. I don't drink real coffee, as you saw from that video. I like decaf because coffee ages the skin, you know. So what you learned is powerful, but to build the life you just envisioned, the life that you want to create, the product that you want to create, what you need is a system, you need coaching, and you need accountability. And that's what we do with our social media mastery program. For those of you who are in the room, you can go check out the booth outside. So what we do is we created a 5-month micro degree. This is part of Mind Valley Academy. Mind Valley Academy is a university. We create some of the best 5-month micro degrees in the world in fields like AI and entrepreneurship. And social media is one of these micro degrees. And we assemble world-class teachers, so everyone that you see on stage is one of our teachers. You're learning directly from the likes of Brendan Kane. And the goal is to put you in the top 0.1%. So most creators stay stuck under 1,000 followers because they lack a real system. And that real system is not just the system of the script, it's the system of the dialogue in your head. It's what to do on those days when you don't want to post. What to do when that nagging voice says, you're showing off. It's that system too. If you can conquer both systems, you can work miracles. So one of our key instructors, Brendan Kane, demonstrated this. He got on Facebook, created an account, and got 1 million followers in 30 days following the system. Brendan went on to write many of the textbooks on social media. And he went on to interview and understand how creators that got great viral videos, what exactly was going on. Right, so he develops all of these case studies. Dean Sherman, Tanner Leatherstein, Dr. Aaron Nance, how these examples work for personal development, for e-commerce, for small business, for healthcare, for enterprise, for all of these different areas. And Brendan Kane is the lead instructor in our program. Now, we launched the program 3 years ago, and it's had incredible results. And I want you to understand this. It's not just about virality. Virality is great. I mean, my Nestle videos expose was wonderful. Didn't make me money. But what you learn, you can apply to product selling, to advertising, to marketing. This is how, for example, Lisa, you can see this testimonial here, 71% increase in her revenue after she took this program. 23% contact database growth. Or this person, Gavin Ng, who's a coach in Bangkok. In the first month of this program, his viral video reached 1 million views because he was no longer winging it. He had the process. So what we teach is a process, and it's rooted in study. So who is this for? So the mastery program is 5 months. It's for those of you who are founders and solopreneurs, small business CEOs. This is most of you. The people in the audience, the 4 most common job titles for those of you online, so you know your fellow online people, is founder, CEO, entrepreneur, and the 4th is coach, right? So if you're any of those, this is for you. Why? Because founder marketing is the key to business success in 2026. So what I want to do is I want to introduce the 5-month deep guidance system to finally nail your social media and marketing. It starts with great teachers. Natalie Ellis, Boss Babe, you'll hear from her tomorrow. Chris Du, Brendan Kane, Prince EA, one of the greatest storytellers of our time. Marie Folio, John Lee, who's brilliant at monetization. Sabrina Stocker and Safwan. These are secret weapons that many top people use to boost their LinkedIn and boost their YouTube. Dominic Ashburn, one of the most brilliant minds, you'll hear from him tomorrow, on AI applied to social media to streamline the process. So we cover mindset, we cover process, we cover engineering, we cover AI. Combined, we're giving you this mechanism to shine a spotlight on every product that you create. Now, here's how it works. It's 3 hours a week for 5 months. 3 hours a week. Now, 3 hours a week is not that bad. The average American spends 2.5 hours a day on Netflix. So just don't watch Netflix for one day a week and you will find this extra time. I know you're already busy, but most of us are busy chasing money. What if you can flip a switch and get 125,000 subscribers like I just did? What we're teaching you is really, we're giving you the golden goose. Because once you learn this, unless you go through traumatic brain injury, you're not going to forget it. It becomes ingrained in you. But it takes 3 hours a week for just a mere feeble 5 months. Now, every week, there are 2 types of training, live class and implementation. 90 minutes live class, 90 minutes implementation, because we don't want you to just absorb, we're going to make you do. So you're going to create with us. You're going to create that video, script that video. We're going to kick your butt so you post that video. And it's all by leading teachers. So in total, there are 44 live trainings over 22 weeks. Every class is live. The reason it's live, there's no recorded classes. Every year we create this fresh because the algorithm changes every week. And so every teacher has to be on their toes and has to update themselves. Even how I teach AI just changed because of new developments with Anthropic Claude and Claude Code. Every class is updated. And it's all manageable, 3 hours a week. Now, what we also do is unify all our students into a really beautiful community so they can support each other. So in summary, 5 months of transformation, 2 sessions per week, 44 live sessions, 3 hours per week. Okay, now this is what the curriculum looks like. There are 3 parts to the curriculum. Now, the first part is the creator's blueprint. This is a lot of what I just covered, but we go super deep. How do you identify your brand values? How do you create your guide? How do you polish your founder appearance? Then virality accelerator. How do you get predictable virality? And then third, how do you make money? Would you like to know how I make $54,000 every time I click send on an email? If I write an email right now and I post it, it could be on anything. It could be on a political view. It could be on the type of coffee I drank this morning. I will make $54,000. That's power. That's leverage. Okay, so part 1, the creator's blueprint, we go really deep into how to identify your signature stories. We use a concept called the hook point viral content model to transform your content. You master storytelling, video shooting. You develop unshakable confidence. Part 2, you learn the concept of virality. You learn what I call Brendan Kane's viral content model, and then high impact formats. So formats are predictable systems that you can use to say, do a particular type of video. There's a humor format, there is a sales format, there is a sign up for my webinar format. All of these are formats, and we study all of the other creators out there through Brendan's Hook Point Institute, and we identify the exact word pattern. We identify what works, what does not work, and we give you that. If you did this study yourself, you would need a team as large as Brendan's, which is around 20 different social media scientists. Then we teach you how to bring in AI to 10x your content velocity, which means 10 times as much content in the same amount of time. If you are not a founder, just learning these 2 systems, these 2 parts of the program, already will guarantee you a job working in any agency or for any company, and you become one of the most highly sought-after experts in that company. Kevin O'Leary said this last year. He said, if you ask me what is the most important thing for someone to study, I would have said coding. Now I'd say it's social media, because if you know social media, any company will pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars to get their story out. At this point, what you have is a degree that can earn you money for life. Now, part 3, monetization engine. This is important. This is where you learn how to take the eyeballs and you turn it into cash and wallet. Here you learn frameworks to sell, to monetize. You learn how to generate revenue. This is important. This is the lifeblood of any business, as I'm sure you agree. You learn AI-based systems for monetizing, how to create unified multi-platform ecosystems, how to become a thought leader on LinkedIn. You learn how to master the YouTube playbook that generates money on YouTube. At this point, even if you're not a founder, you can step into any company and charge big bucks for this. I know, because the hardest type of employee for me to hire right now are the best social media experts. There aren't enough of them, and all of them get insane job offers. Our top social media experts earn well over 100,000 USD a year, and many of them are under 30. They make more than people who apply to us with Harvard degrees, because this is what counts right now. So in 5 months, you go from posting without results, guessing what works, invisible to your ideal clients, to content that converts, data-backed viral systems, being known as the authority, and clients coming to you. Now, what companies pay for expertise? These are real numbers based on what I've paid experts to come in whether it's YouTube or TikTok, okay? This is what I paid Brendan Kane to come and not even do our content, just speak to us about content and critique our content. $144,000 for 12 months. So when I tell you the investment in this is going to be $15,000, that's a pretty good deal. Because think about what you can make if you are a qualified social media expert, and that's what this gets you. It could be $10,000, but actually it's not even $5,000, it's $4,999. And if you're a Mind Valley member, it's $4,499. Okay, that's a QR code where you can learn about it. If you happen to be here at the Museum of the Future, there's a booth outside. Go talk to Tom, who's manning that booth. But here's where it gets really interesting. We want to over-deliver. Mind Valley is very proud of our brand. And so what we also do is we bring in some incredible bonuses, certificate, so you can actually go out there and prove yourself in the marketplace. And it's also CPD accredited, so you get education credits for it. It's a professional certificate. Number 2, community. So we're building a platform that we're going to deploy with the students here that will allow the students to connect with each other, have meetups, but also trade services. Maybe you're great at video, but you need someone with a really good voice. Maybe you're great at Instagram, but you need someone who can advise you on YouTube. So we are creating a trading economy where you can specialize in one thing, be really good there, but find partners. So this is going to be available among our 800 students. And this is bonus 2, the community. The community itself and the access to it is a mastermind that is really valuable. Bonus 3, remember I showed you the library of AI prompts I use? We give that to you. So I have a AI, it's called a GPT or an AI intelligence. You get access to our AI intelligence so the AI can help you polish and craft the best LinkedIn, the best Instagram, the best YouTube scripts for you. You get that too. So you get the personal AI intelligences that our team uses. And if visibility wounding is still an issue, I created this for myself a few years ago. It's an AI coach that helps me pull myself out of the dark when I feel reluctant to post or when I feel imposter syndrome. I get it too. You get access to this AI coach as well. So all of this comes together. And finally, of course, recordings of this summit. So all of this, and then by the way, if time is an issue, we did another program last year called Learning Mastery, and it teaches you how to be more productive in your day so you learn faster. It was a $3,000 program. We'll give this to you too. Okay, so you get all of these bonuses worth about $10,900. This is everything you're getting. We have spots for 800 students. There are 125,000 people who signed up, and this program will be available to enroll for the next 2 weeks. But what we'll do is, for those of you who are enrolling early, some of the bonuses that we shared are only available for people who enroll early bird bonuses. So all you have to do is go to the QR code that I'm going to show you next, and you can enroll. You can get a 4-month payment plan. It's $1,499 a month for 4 months. That's $5,996. Or you can save $1,000 by just doing the single payment, and it's $4,999. Okay? If you're in the US, for those of you online, you can use Klarna. Klarna can give you up to 24 months. And if you're a Mind Valley member, you get $500 off. So all you got to do is go to the webpage, which I'm going to give you soon, and check it out. Now, there are tons of testimonials that you can read about this program. We've put some of them on the webpage. The program starts January 27, and it has a 15-day guarantee, which means you can attend 4 classes if you feel this isn't for you. Maybe you don't like, the sound coming out from Zoom. Get a full refund. We want you to play around with this, to test it out, so you don't have to make up your mind right now. But enroll. Get the bonuses. The bonuses are only valid till Monday, 11:59 p.m. enroll, get the bonuses, and we do this because we want to get a burst of students in very early, and we're excited to see you on Jan 27 when we do the first lesson, which I will be kicking off. Remember, it's 3 hours per week. We know the cost is negligible. $4,999 is little compared to the potential of what you can make, but 3 hours a week is what you really want to carve out on your calendar. So this is the timing, Jan 27 to July. By July, you will have nailed social media. Now, the classes happen 9 a.m. LA, 9 p.m. Dubai, and they happen on Tuesdays and Thursdays. There's the QR code, and thank you, guys. I hope to see you in the program, and thank you for all of you who are online with us right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Vishen. Thank you so much. Guys, I am so excited for our next speaker. There's a lot of really, really amazing things that I could tell you about him. Things like he's done 2 billion views. He's been on Oprah's Super Soul Sunday. He's been on Forbes 30 Under 30. And there's so many amazing accomplishments and achievements that you can use to describe somebody. But if I'm being really honest, my favorite thing about our next speaker is his heart. And I think you can really tell so much about somebody by who they actually are in here and not all of the things that we see outside. And, you know, I had the pleasure of meeting him last year and having like really amazing deep conversations with him. And I'm always inspired when I meet somebody and they tell me the reason why they do what they do. Like, I'll give you an example. I was just backstage and I said, what's your intention? You know, I love that. Intention is everything. What our intention is what's going to come through. And I said, so what's your intention for this talk? And he looked at me with like a smile, like, come on, Caitlin, you know. And he goes, it's my intention to get out of the way and to serve. And that's what he's been doing for so much of his life. You know, he started off in a music career with an intention to bring unity and to bring, you know, beautiful values to music and to hip hop. And he pivoted from that and then went into the spoken word and poetry. And I think if you just look at all of the things he's done in his life, he reminds us that we're creators. And the way that he creates and the impact that he makes on this planet and the light that he shines and the love that he gives so freely, to me, is everything. And we have the privilege to learn from so many amazing people that make so many views and go viral and all this stuff. But again, it always goes back to the essence, to the soul, to the reason we're here, to the impact that we're making, to the way that we can serve one another. Are you guys with me on this? How can we serve? How can we shine? How can we help others and be of service? And he is such a living example of doing that in such a beautiful way. And so I'm so excited for our next speaker and to bring him on the stage. So everybody, could you do me a favor, because it's the middle of the afternoon. And you know, whatever state we're in, truly, science shows that if we're tired and we're learning like this, we don't remember. So whatever you want to do, if you want to get up, if you want to move your body, if you want to say hi to your friends, can we just move the energy for a second? Can we just be grateful to be alive for a second? Can we be grateful that we woke up today? And we get to shine and serve and be together. So everybody, thank you for that energy. And I'm going to ask you to raise it one more time. And welcome to the stage this incredible soul, Prince EA. Woo, woo, woo.
It is not death most people are afraid of. It is getting to the end of life only to realize that you never truly lived. There was a study done, a hospital study, on 100 elderly people facing death close to their last breath. They were asked to reflect about their life's biggest regret. Nearly all of them said they regretted not the things they did, but the things they didn't do, the risks they never took, the dreams they didn't pursue. I ask you, will your last words be, if only I hit, hey, you, wake up. Why do you exist? Life is not meant to simply work, wait for the weekend, and pay rent. No, I don't know much, but I know this. Every person on this earth has a gift. And I apologize to the black community, but I can no longer pretend. Martin Luther King, that man never had a dream. That dream had him. See, people don't choose dreams. Dreams choose them. So the question I'm getting to is, do you have the courage to grab the dream that picked you, that befits you and grips you? Or will you let it get away and slip through? You know, I learned a fact about airplanes the other day. Now, this was so surprising, see. I was talking to a pilot, and he told me that many of his passengers think planes are dangerous to fly in. But he said, actually, it is a lot more dangerous for a plane to stay on the ground. I said, what? Like, how does that sound? Well, he said because on the ground, the plane starts to rust, malfunction, and wear much faster than it ever would if it was in the air. As I walked away, I thought, yeah, makes total sense. Because planes were built to live in the skies, and every person was built to live out the dream they have inside. So it is perhaps the saddest loss to live a life on the ground without ever taking off. See, most of us are afraid of the thief that comes in the night to steal all of our things. But there is a thief in your mind who is after your dreams. His name is doubt. If you see him, call the cops and keep him away from the kids, because he is wanted for murder, for he has killed more dreams than failure ever did. He wears many disguises, and like a virus will leave you blinded, divided, and turn you into a kinda. See, kinda is lethal. You know what kinda is. It's a lot of kinda people. You kinda want a career change. You kinda want to get straight A's. You kinda want to get in shape. Simple math, no numbers to crunch. If you kinda want something, then you will kinda get the results you want. What is your dream? What ignites that spark? You can't kinda want that. You gotta want it with every part of your whole heart. Will you struggle? Yeah, you will struggle, no way around it. You will fall many times, but who's counting? Just remember, there's no such thing as a smooth mountain. If you want to make it to the top, then there are sharp ridges that must be stepped over. There will be times you get stressed and things you get depressed over, but let me tell you something. Steven Spielberg was rejected from film school 3 times, but he kept going. The television execs fired Oprah, said she wasn't fit for TV, but she kept going. Critics told Beyonce that she couldn't sing, she went through depression, but she kept going. Struggle and criticisms are prerequisites for greatness. That is the law of this universe, and no one escapes it. Because pain is life, but you can choose what type. Either the pain on the road to success, or the pain of being haunted with regret. You want my advice? Don't think twice. We have been given a gift that we call life, so don't blow it. You were not defined by your past. Instead, you were born anew in each moment, so own it now. Sometimes you gotta leap and grow your wings on the way down. You better get this shot off before the clock runs out, cause ain't no overtime in life, no do-over. And I know I sound like I'm preaching or speaking with force, but if you don't use your gift, then you sell not only yourself, but the whole world short. So what invention do you have buried in your mind? What idea, what cure, what skill do you have inside to bring out to this universe? Uni meaning one, verse meaning song. You have a part to play in this song. So grab that microphone and be brave. Sing your heart out on life's stage. You cannot go back and make a brand new beginning, but you can start now and make a brand new ending. What's going on? What's going on? What's up, Dubai? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Wow, 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 wow. Beautiful. Beautiful crowd. So, how many of you guys have ever heard of me, seen me? Raise your hand. Or this is your first time? Raise your hand. Okay, good. Just to make sure. Just to get everybody to raise their hand. Listen, we're going to have some fun today. My name is Prince EA, and I'm going to teach you 9 steps to build an iconic personal brand in the age of AI. Ooh, AI. I want to tell you a quick story about this man. This is Arthur Berry. Now, Arthur Berry was a man he loved finer taste, the finer things in life. He was a jewel thief. And this was during the Great Depression, the Roaring 20s, and he wasn't just your average jewel thief, he was the best. In fact, some estimate that he stole up to $50 million worth of jewelry, but the thing is, he only stole from the very wealthy. Well, one day, Arthur Berry was, in the middle of a heist, and he was leaving down the alley, and he got shot and captured by the police, and they threw him in jail for 18 years. Well, after Arthur Berry got out, he decided, listen, I just want to live a quiet life. So he moved to a small town in New England in the U.S., and he's like, I just want to live a quiet life and just settle down. Well, pretty soon, his neighbors recognized him. And they realized they were living next door to the infamous Arthur Berry. So pretty soon, reporters started flooding in to try to get an understanding of what was going on in the infamous Arthur Berry's mind. So one of the reporters asked Arthur Berry, he said, Arthur Berry, you have stolen from so many people. Who would you say you stole the most from? And Arthur Berry, with a tear coming down his face, he said, the person I stole the most from was Arthur Berry. He said, I could have been a teacher. He said, I could have been a businessman. I could have done anything worthwhile with my life, but instead I spent 2/3 of my adult life in prison. I spent a lifetime robbing myself. And so I start this presentation with the story of Arthur Berry because I believe we all have a little bit of Arthur Berry inside of us. The self-doubt that's stealing our dreams, the imposter syndrome that's robbing us of a future that we know we really deserve. And so today I'm going to give you a lot of tips, a lot of hacks. But the most important thing I want you to do is realize that it is time. It is time to get out of the shadows and step into the light. It is time to get out of your head and into your greatness, into your purpose. And the way that I know how to do that is as a content creator. How many content creators are in here? Pretty much everybody. The creator is it's a divine thing. It's a divine profession. I mean, a creator is someone who is bringing something new, birthing something new into the world that had never been seen before. That's a noble profession. And so if you're a content creator, then you know something right now. AI, artificial intelligence, is taking over. It's everywhere. Right? I'm sure maybe people on this stage have even talked about, you do this with AI, you clone yourself, you do that, you do. And AI is a great tool. I use it. But in a world where everybody has access to the same tools, this is a world where information won't matter. Connection will. And so as we sit or stand in the museum of the future, I can guarantee you by saying that the future is human. And your success on social media as a creator is going to be dictated by how much you can embrace and bring out what makes you human. See, today there are 207 million content creators worldwide. Human, not artificial. Human content creators worldwide, 207 million. And of those 207 million, 127 million can be described as an influencer. And of those 127 million influencers, there are 4 million of those that are considered authorities in their niche. Now, 4 million may seem like a big number, but it's only 2%. So the question is, what do the 2% do to stand out that the 98% don't? Now listen, I'm not a gatekeeper. I'm here to give you everything that I know. I've been doing this social media thing for almost 2 decades. I'm super old. And what I'm going to tell you is not theory. It's not what I think. It's what I know, what I've seen and experienced. But it's going to be up to you to take this information and do something positive with it. See, Martin Luther King said, those of us who love peace must organize as effectively as those who love war. As they spread the propaganda of war, we must spread the propaganda of peace. See, I believe that the people here, actually, let's see, raise your hand if you have a mission bigger than yourself. It's perfect. It's the perfect audience for it. So I want to ask you one question, because sometimes our missions, we get off track. I know I do sometimes. The world can distract us, but let me ask you this one question before I get into my presentation. What do these two men have in common? Charles Manson and Warren Buffett. What did somebody call out? What did Determination. IQ, okay, influencer. Okay, I think that was pretty spot on. Here's a little bit more spot on. They were both star students of the Dale Carnegie training program, How to Win Friends and Influence People. So you can take what I'm going to share with you, build or destroy. And since I know everybody here wants to build, I want you to take this pledge with me. All right, everybody say it after me. I promise to use what I'm about to learn for good and not evil, to uplift humanity and not darken it, and make the world better through content. Give yourselves a round of applause. I already love you guys. I already love you guys so much. I got another favor. Do me this big favor. This favor comes in the form of a riddle. All right? It's not a trick question. It's a tricky question. All right. There's 4 frogs sitting on a log. One decides to jump off. How many frogs are now sitting on a log? All right, you guys are smart. See, most people say, what do you mean 3? Even they know, Jesus. It's 4 because even if you decide to do something, that doesn't mean you're actually going to do it. You got to do it. And so everything I'm going to tell you today, listen, don't let your knowledge just stay as knowledge. Ideas without labor are stillborn. I want you to take action with everything that I'm going to share with you today. Take imperfect action. I am a recovering perfectionist, and I know that many of you are too. So take imperfect action. Let me tell you a little bit about me. I am a St. Louis native. I was born and raised in the city of St. Louis. St. Louis is the most dangerous city in the United States. I used to wake up and on my front porch were gun casings and bullets, and it was pretty insane. But something inside of me did not allow my external environment to dictate my future. And so I started getting into this thing called YouTube at the time, and I was curious about it, right? At the time, I was making music and just trying to do my content, and I knew that YouTube was a good way to get my stuff out there. And so adjacent to doing YouTube, I would also do odd jobs. One of those jobs was me as a mascot. That is me, by the way. Here, I'll prove it. And so a lot of people around me said, Prince, what do you mean making videos? This is a pipe dream. My boss said it. Even people in my family said it. But I kept going. And my first videos, they got 0 views. 0 views. For years, I experimented trying new things with very little success. How many of you guys, raise your hand if you've ever tried something, think you're going to get a certain outcome, and it just doesn't work out the way that you intended it to? Yes, everybody should have their hands up. This is the human experience. But see, you keep going. They say even a broken clock is right twice a day, and boom, one video changed everything for me. I felt like I had cracked the code. Oprah reached out to me and invited me on her show. I got invited to speak in front of all of our world leaders, the smartest people in our world. Sarcasm. So, listen, please believe me, you are one video away from a new life, a new business, a new whatever you want. Because I'm that kid who came from that background, that origin story. This is a creator who messaged me several years ago. His name is Josh Otusanya. Maybe you guys have seen his stuff. He said, Prince, you motivated me to start YouTube, and I'm only at 2,900 subscribers, but I love making videos. Thanks, bro. This is him today. Yeah. There's another creator, Fitz. He said, Prince, I watched this video 3 years ago when I was so stressed out over my grades and future, and the video inspired me to start something I always loved, games and editing. Today, I'm potentially going to hit 1 million subs, which was the biggest dream of mine when I started the channel. Thank you, Prince, for making me realize life is too short to not follow your dreams. This is the power of content. I want to share with you a story of one of my students named Rainey. Rainey was struggling with her content and also a lot of imposter syndrome when I first started working with her. And we would get on calls and she was visibly sad that things weren't going well and she didn't think she was cut out for it. And so in my team, we helped her, we worked with her, and she followed the processes, the steps that I'm going to share with you guys today. And her videos went from getting 60 views to one video that just broke out, kind of broke the internet, 2.4 million views. It got about 200,000 comments, following the same principles that I'm going to share with you today. So I say all that to say, listen, it works. It works. So the first thing, let's get into it. Let's get into some action. The first thing you must do to build an iconic personal brand in the age of AI is you got to be a confident contrarian. You got to be a confident contrarian. It is only the confident contrarian that makes history. There's never been a statue erected to a critic. How many of you guys know Dan Kennedy? Dan Kennedy is an amazing marketer. Read his books. I was at a mastermind. He told me, Prince, he said, look at what everyone else is doing in your field and do the opposite. That was interesting advice. Now, we're not ignoring best practices, but see, the world class, the people who stand out, those 2%, they're not just sticking with best practices. They're doing what the Dalai Lama said, which is know the rules so you know how to break them effectively. Again, there are 200 million creators worldwide. If you want to stand out, you got to understand the neuroscience, right? We're going to talk about the subconscious here today. You got to understand how the brain works. We do judge a book by its cover. So your appearance matters. You got to look different, sound different. Your energy has to be different on camera. This is how you stand out, right? Now, does this mean you have to go and create a whole character? Some people have done it. Some people have worn masks and been very successful. But I've found in my final analysis that the way to stand out is to lean in to who you really are, purely and authentically. So you can't just follow the crowd. You got to make a statement. What are you saying that's drastically different, even diametrically opposed to what everybody else is saying? What are they doing wrong? How can I create contrast to that? How can I be a contrarian? How can I separate myself from the crowd? This is very important. This is one of my favorite examples of a business that was a confident contrarian. See, during Black Friday, where every company in the world was saying, hey, 98% off, buy, half off, buy our stuff, Patagonia came out and said, don't buy our stuff. It created an anti-consumerism campaign that was about, listen, don't buy stuff excessively, buy what you need. They stuck to their principles. You know what happened to their sales? It went up by 40%. They stuck to their principles. They were confident contrarians. So the next thing you must do to build an iconic personal brand in the age of AI is you got to deliver a bold message. It's got to be bold. You can't be passive. You got to speak from the heart. It's got to be with conviction. They say, be bold and mighty forces will come to visit your aid. You need a bold message and it's got to be expressed in a bold way. It's all about delivery. So lean into the bold message. The algorithm rewards boldness. This is one of my favorite quotes. This is a quote that I have on the wall of my office. It's from Cavett Robert. He said, people are persuaded more by the depth of your conviction and by the height of your logic, more by your own enthusiasm than any proof can offer. Please take a picture of that. Enthusiasm might be my favorite word in the English language. If you break the word down, enthusiasm, it breaks down into Latin in theos, meaning within spirit. When you are enthusiastic, you are in your spirit. So what can you speak about in a spirited way? Because people are persuaded more by the depth of your conviction than by the height of your logic. The last four letters of that word are interesting too. IASM, I believe they stand for I am sold myself. See, if you want to be convincing, you yourself must be convinced. What do they have in common? Good picture, huge. They all have very bold takes. They aren't afraid to pick a side because, see, they know, yeah, they're going to turn some people off, but they're going to turn the right people on. And they all have points of tension. No matter what you think about either of them, you can't deny that they're all leaders in their space. And that's the reason why. They don't just communicate, they connect. They stimulate an emotion. It's not just information and ideas. It's energy. Fortune favors the bold. If you are passive, you will get passed by. If you are casual, you, my friend, will end up a casualty. Now, the next thing you must do to build an iconic personal brand in the age of AI is stop being original. What? Prince, what? I thought your whole spiel was about being original. What do you mean? Nah, you missed it. Don't be original. Be authentic. Legendary film producer Jim Jarmusch says this. He says, nothing is original. Steal from anywhere that resonates with inspiration or fuels your imagination. Devour old films, new films, music, books, paintings, photographs, poems, dreams, random conversations, architecture, bridges, street signs, trees, clouds, bodies of water, light, and shadows. Select only the things to steal from that speak directly to your soul. If you do this, your work and theft will be authentic. Authenticity is invaluable. Originality is non-existent. And don't bother concealing your thievery. Celebrate it if you feel like it. In any case, always remember what Jean-Luc Godard said. It's not where you take things from, where you take them to. I want to tell you a secret. This is a secret. This is a big secret. It's a trade secret. See, the biggest creators on planet Earth, they don't create. What they do is this. They investigate, they validate, and they iterate. They investigate, they validate, and they iterate. See, the 2%, they don't waste time being original. They reverse engineer and model success. When Michael Jordan, by the way, rest in peace, Kobe Bryant. But when Michael Jordan was asked, can you beat LeBron James one-on-one? He said, of course. In your prime, of course. He said, can you beat Dwayne Wade? Of course. In my prime, of course. Could you beat Kobe? He said, nah, he steals all my moves. Isaac Newton said this. He said, if I've seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. He didn't say standing on your tippy toes. He said, if I've seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Tony Robbins said this. He said, success leaves clues. Figure out what someone who was successful did and model it, improve it, learn their steps, for they have knowledge. So when it comes to content creation, it's not about original ideas. Nothing is original. It's about proven ideas, but it is about ideas. So the next thing you must do to build an iconic personal brand in the age of AI is obsess over ideas.
The idea does make the difference between, like, we'll take, how many views are you getting on video?
Me? It's not high right now.
Like
maybe 2?
2 million. So, like, if you're averaging 2 million views a video, you could get a video that gets 10 million views if you just had the right idea. So it's like, it's very crucial. For most people, they could spend 100 days uploading videos every day, get 10,000 views a video, or they could just sit down, come up with a good video, and just get 1 million views in a week, right? That's like the mindset.
I love that
you should
mindset.
Have. Yeah, so when you realize that, you realize, like, you should put a lot of freaking time into thinking
fewer,
of the
bigger,
idea.
better.
You should be, you hear what he said at the end? You should put a lot of freaking time in the ideas. You guys remember that meme, or am I showing my age? Because this, okay, some of you guys get it good. I'm not too old. Listen, you don't have time to waste. No, I know I don't. I don't want to put out videos and see what works and see what sticks. You can do that, you experiment. But better to position yourself for the highest probability of success, and that's by using ideas that have been proven. Now, how do you hunt for ideas, you may ask? Well, there's a lot of different tools out there. There's one from Mr. Beast called View Stats, which I use. You might want to write that down, View Stats. But another way, the cheap way, is just to use YouTube. So, for instance, if I was a dentist and I was looking to, find people who are looking for my services, i.e. teeth whitening, through content, here's what I would do. I would go to the second largest search engine in the world, which is YouTube, and I would type in dentist how to, and I would see what populates, and I would then see, okay, this is what people are looking for. All right. So then I would rank that by view count. I would see, okay, what are the most popular videos? And then I would get the most popular videos that have proven track records, and then I would iterate. Investigate, validate, iterate. Boom. So I'm sure a lot of you guys already know this. Many people on this stage have talked about this, but videos on channels with lower subscribers but a lot of views are called outliers. This is definitely what you want to look for. This is like finding gold. So for instance, a video with 1 million views on a channel with 1,000 subscribers, it's like, okay, this is a great idea that maybe I can iterate in my own way. It's been proven. So you don't need to come up with ideas just out of your head. You don't need to wait to have a eureka moment. YouTube literally tells you what to do. Put your spin on it later. Don't copy paste, copy iterate. And this is the process that everybody from Mr. Beast to Alex Hormozy does. Okay. Now the next thing you must do to build an iconic personal brand in the age of AI is you got to maintain relevance. You got to maintain relevance. This is very important. See, the 2%, they maintain their relevance by creating content that is timely. See, this is Mr. Beast. When you study him, you see that his most popular video was not a video that he had an idea and he created. No, he took an idea that was popular in the world, which was the show Squid Games, and he made his own. He made his own version, and that video became his highest viewed video on his channel. So the most consistently successful technique for virality is to find out what's on top of mind. What are people talking about? Timing is the biggest variable in going viral. It can literally allow mice to roar like lions. What do I mean by that? I mean, it can allow a small channel to have the same reach and impact as a big channel if you time it right. So this is the Venn diagram, right? You take, okay, what's happening now? What does my current audience love? And how can I merge the two, right? So what did Mr. Beast do? He said, okay, what's happening now? All right, Squid Games is popping off everywhere. Everybody's talking about it. What does my current audience love? Okay, they love entertainment. They love contests. So I'll make my own Squid Games. And that became his most popular video. You go viral quicker than anything else because you're giving your audience what it wants and you're giving the algorithm what it wants. But here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. It's a big but. The idea is nothing. I know I said the idea was everything, but listen, you got to be comfortable with paradox. The idea is nothing without this next thing. And without it, your greatest idea will become the best video that nobody ever saw. And before I tell you what it is, I'll tell you this. There's a war going on. And, I'm not talking about Venezuela. I'm not talking about Ukraine or Russia. I'm talking about a war that everybody in here is on the battlefield. And you're either a soldier or a casualty. It's a war for your attention. And you see, the 2% are 5-star generals of attention. Everybody, you got to understand, everybody is out for your attention. Some have nefarious reasons, some have good reasons. But everybody wants your attention. And the 2% are masters at capturing your attention. See, the most valuable currency is not the dollar, the euro, or the pound, or the Kuwaiti dinar. The most valuable currency is your attention. I mean, they call it the attention economy. Somebody mapped how much your attention is actually worth. Your attention is worth $816 a day, $290,000 a year, and in 10 years, that's $2.5 million. I mean, those returns are better than Bitcoin. Your attention is powerful, but here's the thing. When it comes to attention, the mistake that most creators make, and I hate when creators do this, and I used to do this. Imagine you go to a restaurant, right? A 5-star restaurant, Michelin, amazing. Everybody's dressed up nicely. You know, the attire, you got the waiter, they've got a violin. You sit down at your seat, the waiter, he pushes your chair in. You've got candles at your table. He brings you the menu's gold plated. You make your order, he goes back to the kitchen, and they bring it out, and they bring it out on a 2-cent paper plate. Would you enjoy the meal at that point? Or would you be confused? Like, man, this doesn't match. See, the packaging and the product don't match. And that's what most content creators do. They put so much effort into the product, very little into the packaging. See, if packaging is 50% of the success of a video and the video itself is 50%, then why on earth do we spend 10% on packaging and 90% on the video itself? See, the pros, the 2%, they don't even do the video until they have the title, the thumbnail already done. The packaging is done before they even shoot, because that's how important the packaging is. Here's the thing. It's not about who makes the best video. It's about who can create the best title and thumbnail and sandwich the video into that. Title and thumbnail, that's all packaging is. And what's the purpose of packaging? One purpose and one purpose only: to stop the scroll. Why do you want to stop the scroll? Because 75% of all of your views will come from recommendations. Now, you stop the scroll with one emotion. I've studied, I've looked, I've tried to figure out, okay, what's the actual emotion and the umbrella emotion that you really want to evoke in your packaging is curiosity. And curiosity comes in many forms. It comes in desire, fear, intrigue, conflict, all, but ultimately, it's all about curiosity. Don't just make them click. You have to make it so they can't not click. And make it so simple that a 7-year-old would understand it at a glance. Somebody tell me, why do I say 7-year-old and not a 17-year-old? Why 7? Anybody? Attention span? Okay. Pretty much, okay. Yeah, spot on. So, absolutely. And did you know that your subconscious mind runs 98% of your life? And the subconscious mind is frozen at the age of 7? So when you're making decisions on what to click and what to, don't create stuff at the college professor level. You have to really simplify it to that 7-year-old in all of us. Now, I always caution people, don't do clickbait. I'm sure none of you guys do this. That will ruin your satisfaction score. Your satisfaction score is very important, probably the most important metric when it comes to YouTube and whether they push your content out there. It's essentially how satisfied the viewer is after watching your video. And if you trick them, if you clickbait them, they won't be very satisfied. Let's talk about color. A study done called The Impact of Color on Marketing, published in Management Decisions, said that color alone contributes to 90% of the judgment about people or products. That's huge. That's huge. How many of you guys watch this channel? Diary of a CEO. All right, let's study this together. Let's look at the thumbnails together. Just take a glance, take it all in. What do you see here? Highlight certain words. Yeah, certain words. That's interesting. They emotional words, right? Nuclear, lying, worse, controlled. Yeah, danger, stop. Red means stop. That too. Yep. So take a photo of this. You know, we've got to use color very intelligently because it matters, right? Again, we're speaking to that 7-year-old. This appeals to the 7-year-old, right? And I know what some of you guys are thinking because I've thought the same thing. Is like, you know, you get into this social media space and this is a little bit manipulative. You know, there's a little bit of fear. So we can have that discussion after the session about the philosophy and the ethical responsibility for creators. But again, remember what the Dalai Lama said, learn the rules so you know how to break them effectively. Blue is another great color. Blue signifies power, right? One of my biggest videos, Dear Future Generations, which was just huge, it's the biggest video on the internet on the topic of the environment, did crazy numbers. Other creators have leaned into using blue. Blue is a color that just I don't know, for some reason, it really just gets the clicks. And here are a few formats. You might want to take a picture of this to use. They have worked for so long, and they still work. So you've got the face with the text, the transformation, the before and after, and then you've got the word art, right? I'm sure you've seen the word art. You might have seen a circle, you know, looks like it's done in Microsoft Paint. Appeals to that 7-year-old, right? It's very interesting. Here's another format that I like, the tweet thumbnail. This is the transformation thumbnail. All of these thumbnails are proven time and time again to just work and convert. So, how many of you guys ever read this book or heard of this book? Yeah, Napoleon Hill. Oh my God! If you haven't read this book or heard of him, he's amazing. He's like the OG. But I'm gonna tell you a quick story. So, Think and Grow Rich. This was not the first title of the book. So, Napoleon Hill, he was struggling. He had like 500 titles, and he couldn't pick one. And his publisher was frustrated. He's like, Napoleon, if you don't come up with a title, listen, we've got to go to print tomorrow. If you don't come up with one, I'm just going to call it How to Use Your Noodle to Make a Boodle. And Napoleon, he's like, oh no, that'll destroy my whole career. I can't do that. So it was a true story. Napoleon, he went to bed that night. Before he went to sleep, he asked his subconscious mind, he said, Sub, that was his nickname. He said, Sub, I need $1 million title. Please, listen, subconscious, you have been there for me. You have done things to me and done things for me, but tonight I need $1 million title. When he woke up at 3 a.m., and he had the title. He picked up the phone. He called his publisher. His publisher was half asleep. He said, I got it. The publisher's like, you got what? I got the title. He's like, what is it? Think and Grow Rich. It's like, by golly, you got it. That book ended up selling hundreds of millions of copies. Gandhi wanted that book distributed all across India. But it wouldn't have been successful if it didn't have the title. And so titles were important then, and titles are important now. One Netflix study said this: you have 1.8 seconds to grab attention with the title. So how do you get your title to stand out? I call it the 3 C's. Does it create curiosity? Does it create conflict? And does it create conversation? Take a photo of that. Here's a bonus tip I'm going to share with you guys. Numbers, you got to use numbers. An MP Digital study analyzed 75,000 articles and 850,000 social posts. Number-based content in the titles did the best. What do you see here? That's interesting, huh? Numbers. That's a little hack I wanted to give you guys. All right, so the next thing you must do is you got to remember the 7-hour rule. So if you're in a business, you have to understand that customers need at least 7 hours of interaction with your brand across 11 different touch points in at least 4 different locations in order to really buy from you. And so YouTube has something that you can do to make that happen. It's called long-form video. And right now, YouTube is really pushing out new creators who are creating long-form content. It's amazing. New creators that are putting out videos 10 minutes, an hour, are really seeing a massive push in their video views. Watch time is very important. So what is long form? Long form is content longer than 10 minutes, podcasts, tutorials, gaming, documentaries. Long form improves SEO and ranking on YouTube. It increases your authority in your niche and ability. You have the ability to take snippets and repurpose into shorts and reels. Let me tell you a little bit about storytelling. You got to learn it. I'm teaching storytelling in Mind Valley, so definitely tune into that because it is a powerful skill. It's a skill that's older than written language. If you tell stories, you're going to dominate whatever you do. Storytellers in all cultures were highly admired. They said the closest distance between 2 points is not a straight line, it's a story. And so you tell better stories than your competitors, you're going to win. But see, the normal storytelling structure, they just don't get it right? They say beginning, middle, and end, but that doesn't work today. The true storytelling structure that you should have when you're creating content is a hook, the body, and the payoff. Let's talk about the hook real quick. So the hook is like that first piece of chocolate cake when you bite into it, right? You're like, oh my God, I love this. I want more of this. So you start the video with a shocking question, a shocking statement, or a shocking story. Here are a couple hooks that have worked for me in the past and have generated billions of views. When given the choice between being blind or being deaf, do you know what most people choose? Take a guess. Albert Einstein once said, everybody's a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. Did you know the average person spends 4 years of his life looking down at a cell phone? Kinda ironic, ain't it? How these touch screens can make us lose touch. Do you know what day of the week you are most likely to die from a heart attack? It's Monday, by the way. I am not black. Okay, so shocking questions, shocking stories, shocking statements. You got to shock. Let's talk about the body. You got to leave breadcrumbs to maintain the viewer's attention. When you're creating a story, you got to have them say, okay, how will this end? And I want to end with the payoff. Don't give the payoff too soon. This is one of my mistakes, which I'm going to show you real quick. I'm running out of time, but listen, if you get people to watch to the end, it's called your completion rate. That's what you want. That signals to the algorithm this is a great video. So give the payoff at the end. And use props. Use props. Use props. I'm leaning in a lot of props this year. I'm going to skip this video because they're kicking me off in a minute. I'm going to show you this mistake that I made. So I released this video, and it was dead in the water. This is like my private YouTube studio. It was dead in the water for the first almost 200 days. And then I did something to the video. I was like, man, this video, Prince, this video is a good video. Why isn't it blowing up like I think it should? So I went in the YouTube editor and I cut the end off the video. And the end was just like, okay, guys, thanks for watching. Peace. Cut that off. And then that video blew up, like 50 million views. It was insane. Completion rate. It really signals the algorithm. So you might have a good video, but there might be small tweaks that you need to change. All right, so I know you're feeling like this. Let me wrap up. I know, Caitlin, yeah, I know. I want to tell you guys the final and most important thing about being a creator. And that's you gotta love. I can't get off stage until I tell you guys this story, because at the Washington Special Olympics, this is a true story. 9 contestants, all physically or mentally disabled, they lined up at the starting block for the 100-yard dash. At the sound of the gun, bang, they were off. Right? Not exactly in a dash, but with the spirit to run the race and finish and win. Except one young boy who tripped out the starting block and fell over and rolled over and started to cry. The other 8, they heard the boy's cries, turned back, and went back. All 8 of them. One little girl with Down syndrome gave him a kiss on the forehead and said, "This will make it better." And then all 9 of them held hands, crossed the finish line together. The audience stood up and cheered for 10 minutes. And the people who were there are still telling the story because they know one thing that we all know, that winning means nothing unless you get there together. See, we talk a lot about AI, and we don't talk enough about NI, natural intelligence. The highest form of natural intelligence is love. Love is the most powerful force on this planet. It's the only thing that defies mathematics, because it's the only thing in the universe that multiplies when it's divided. This is my friend Ross. You remember the video I showed when I first got out here? Everybody dies, but not everybody lives. He was the producer, engineer on that project. And last year, Ross passed away. His favorite line was, "There's no such thing as a smooth mountain." And so I always show Ross to show just how precious our time on this planet is. Your voice is not only welcomed, it is necessary, guys. And the time is now. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. You want this?
Prince is the only one that makes me cry when he starts and when he ends. That was beautiful. I know that so many of you, including myself, would love more time with Prince, and I want to remind you that Prince, as he mentioned, he is in the Mastery program, and he's going to teach you the art of storytelling. And as you can tell, he's a master at that, and his ability to touch a soul, to move a soul, to remind us that love is the greatest gift. Prince, Marie, another one that so many people were asking about yesterday, she's part of the Mastery program, as well as all of the speakers that you've seen. And guys, I think his final message was so beautiful, that we're in this together. And as all of you guys are leaving out and you're content creators, remember that you have a gift to give everybody right now. And that is your heart, that is your love, that is your impact. Everybody online, remember that. It takes one voice to touch somebody's soul. It takes one voice to change somebody's heart. It takes one story, one post, one video to transform somebody's life. And so I hope all of you, as you go out today and go out in your day and in the content that you post, that you remember that you hold that power and that you use it for the greatest good. As Prince said, the highest intelligence is love, and we all have that inside of us right here, right now. So thank you guys so much for being here. Tomorrow, we're going to hard pivot off of love into monetization. But it's part of it, right? In order for you to do what you love doing, and to serve others, we want to make sure that you have the knowledge and the tools to be able to get that out into the world, to be able to monetize it, to be able to use tools. We're going to have Natalie Ellis here from Boss Babe. She's done an incredible job uplifting so many women and men, but so many women it's geared toward, and really helping them bring their voice, bring their information, bring their knowledge, make money on that. We're going to have Vishen here. If you guys love what Vishen did today, I want to let you know, in the audience, he's going to be pulling people out to help you build advertisements and be able to, and online as well. So if you guys show up for this, you can have him. He'll be working in real time, showing you how you can actually create something that you can use as an ad, as an email, as potentially even a landing page. I don't know exactly what he's going to do. He always surprises us, but I've seen him do it before. And literally, he has helped people transform their business in real time, and it is so incredible. So make sure you join us with him. John Lee will be in the house. John Lee's unbelievable. He's a master at making money online, so I really look forward to seeing him. Dominic Ashburn, aka Mr. Grateful, the way he's like literally the most favorite in the Mind Valley Summits, the way that he breaks down AI, it is so simple, the way he explains and teaches, and it's actionable. So it's going to be an unbelievable day tomorrow. So thank you for everybody who joined us today. Thank you, everybody online. We are so grateful. If there was something that changed and touched your life, share it. Tag us at Mind Valley. We would love to get that out in the world. I hope you all have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your day. Go spread your light, your message, your love with the world. Again, I'm Caitlin O'Toole. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so grateful. Bye, guys. Bye, bye, bye online. Yeah, of course.